Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the darkness. The darkness of our souls. My soul. No, I'm just kidding. What's up, everybody? I was really bored. Yeah, the lights are still off. You know, we're working our way into it. You know, we're a couple minutes early. We're hanging out. Saturday night. I'm not doing anything. It's freezing outside. I'm in my 40s. I don't want to ever leave my house ever again. You know, I went on that cruise, and I'm good for the next 3 months, probably. So, in terms of like socialization and seeing people. Oh, how is everybody doing? Did I ever meet Kai-Bude once? I met him once, Math Guy Dave. Yeah, R.I.P. I'm streaming from a bile bladder. It's true. It's true. Here, we'll go cool blue. To represent the icy chill of our hearts. Yeah, I did meet Kai once. Oh shit, Boothbay just made a Wilderfeast character today for Pulf's game. Well, that's excellent, Boothby. What tool? Wait, let me guess. What tool did Boothby go for? Oh, you frickin' suck. You answered. I was gonna guess. I would not have guessed Torch, so you got me there. I would have thought you would have gone for the Baker line. That'd have been cool. I'm going to put some lights on, but they're going to be very minimal. There we go. Very minimal. As you can see, my hair is a mess. Why? Well, I didn't leave the house today, and I didn't take a shower either. So, you know, just being disgusting. It's good stuff. Man, I need to clean my keyboard. Warmer light on a dreary day. Yes, yes. Have I ever taken a look at a polymorph game like Mazes? I have. Not super impressed, if I can be honest with you. Not that I thought there was any. I didn't think it was bad. I just didn't. I just remember reading through it and being like, "This is a mechanic." You know, it's definitely a mechanic, for sure. I did get something in the mail today. Which it seems really stupid, but it's called a time timer, and it is just an analog timer. But it doesn't make a tick, so it's digital. It runs on a battery. But it's just a clock. But it's just a timer. And I have been trying to be more mindful, right, about being focused. And not being so distracted by things. So I bought this to, you know, try to say, hey, I'm going to give myself 30 minutes to work on this thing or to focus on this thing. I also have a little bit of a cough, as you can see, and maybe hear. Actually, my nose isn't too bad, but I do have some tissues in case. But I am a little bit coffee. Anyways, so the reason, well, aside from being bored on a Saturday night, and of course, you know, obviously we can talk about whatever we want to talk about, but yesterday I ran my Fabula Ultima game with my crew, and I told them, I said, look, guys, I got back from the cruise on Tuesday. Getting home was a nightmare. You know, I drank too much and I was partying and I'm exhausted. It's been, you know, I'm okay. I don't want to cancel. I like hanging out with you guys, but let's just, let's try to do a real short session. I should set a stream goal for $10. TS agent. All right. The stream goal is $10. You just hit it. Congrats. Thank you, TS agent. No, this is the TS agent. Thank you so much for that. But no, this is more of just, us hanging out and feeling the vibes and getting stuff off my chest. I feel a certain amount of responsibility, both to my own financial well-being, but also to my audience and my patrons, to try to do 2 to 3 streams a week that are, fairly focused on reasonably, popular stuff, even if it's not very popular, but like things that my audience has come to expect, things like a first look or, a deep dive into maybe a game like The One Ring or something like that. Talking about dynamic random encounter tables or something like that. I had a bunch of comments recently from that video, so that was kind of popped up in my head from that encounter, or from that video, or live stream, I should say, from a while ago. And at least 2, right? Tuesdays and Thursdays. Those are officially my streaming days, but I usually throw in the Sunday. But also, financially, those streams tend to make me, $25, $30, $50 per stream. If I do 2 of those, 2.5 of those a week, I could make an extra maybe like $400 or $500 a month. And that's, for me, that's basically spending money. That's my pocket money. So, like I said, I have a certain financial obligation to myself, but I also have to my audience. When I do like these Saturday streams or Wednesday streams or Monday streams, those ones I feel like these are just completely bonus. Like I feel no sort of expectation for setting a stream goal or, even we always go off on tangents and random shit anyways, but I do feel a certain obligation to try to make the stream valuable. I have no such concerns for something like this. But well, King Hodop, you don't have to drink. Technically, it's a music festival. You don't have to drink. But, also, not saying that drinking is good. It's literally poison that we ingest for fun, but, it can beat you up, especially if you're like me and you don't really ever drink anymore, which is funny because, night's the last call with a beer mug on our shirt, but it is what it is. It's more about the camaraderie than it is the drinking, although it started off that way. Anyways, so we ended up playing Fabula Ultima, and I told the guys, we play online, we play virtually. One of our players is remote. They live in the Pacific Northwest, and we all live here in Ohio. But, with the weather and people having kids, it's just easier, I think, for everybody to be on remote. And I said, we'll just do a really super simple stream, a super simple session. And, we ended up playing for 3.5 hours. We ended up doing like a full 3 combats plus a bunch of different other scenes. So it ended up being like a full session, which was great. It was a lot of fun. And, by the end of it, I was ready to go to bed for sure. But, as is often the case, I got an opportunity with this to hang out with my boy, Mr. Aaron Smith, who, of course, many of the longtime viewers of Night's Last Call know and love very much. And I don't get to see him as much anymore. He's very busy. But he was there, and we were talking about things, and randomly we just started talking about different ideas or something. And somehow Wilderfeast came up, and he didn't really know anything about it. And because again, he's been busy with his life and not paying much attention. And he was him and Tim Smith plays a lot of Final Fantasy 14, and Tim recently started playing Final Fantasy 14 with him, and they were talking about the job system or something like that. And I was talking about this idea that I had for Wilderfeast and about the jobs. And Smith said something, and I said something, and then Smith was riffing with me and giving some some of his cool ideas and thoughts about different games and some of the ideas that he had for his mega games, but before he kind of got busy / had to step away from the channel. And it was just really awesome to to hear him talk. And he had some really cool ideas that really resonated with me. And I was like, oh man, yeah, that is definitely really a really cool thing that I really want to sort of explore with regard to a mega game. Now, again, we have 2 mega games. We have Northern Reaches, which is Pathfinder 2, and we have Dragontide, which is Dragonbane. And, you know, for the most part, those games are pretty set in their ways. And again, you know, I've tried to make changes in those games sometimes, and they mostly, you know, aren't perceived very well because I guess, I don't know, I'm a terrible game designer. And anyway, so it made me kind of more excited than ever to try to actually make this stupid game a mega game for my handful of players who might be interested in playing it. Just because I think that cool ideas deserve their day, you know, in the sun. We should get Smith on a show. You know, ostensibly he was supposed to come on for Daggerheart in the fall, and we just haven't really had a chance to get it started, get it going. He had some even more pressing stuff come up with family duties, and so that comes first. But hopefully, maybe with a return to normalcy, 2026, fingers crossed. I'd also like to get him on here to talk about Final Fantasy XIV, the TTRPG. Smith is the Final Fantasy XIV king. This is true, King Kodop. You know, my youth, a session was, you know, 6 to midnight-ish, you know, on a Friday night, 6 to midnight. If we were playing 3 hours, it meant that it was like a Wednesday, and tomorrow was, you know, I had class or something, or people had jobs to go to. You know, 6 hours, you know, 6 to midnight, 6 to 1 a.m. That was pretty standard. As I said before, for most of my late teens, early 20s, we used to play Friday night and Saturday night, and we would usually play 6 hours on each, give or take. So between those 2 days, we would play roughly, you know, 12 hours. And now 12 hours might be an entire month or even maybe 2 months of play if you count, you know, people missing sessions or maybe even games that are only every other week or something like that. So it is quite the difference. It's quite the change. What's up, Kid Drissa? K Adrissa. Let's cook. That's nice. So yeah. So I don't really. So yeah, I guess there's just kind of some. It's more of like a thought process about things that I kind of want to change and kind of want to do and how I want to do them. So I don't know what to do here. I don't know if I should get the whiteboard or. I mean, some of this stuff is kind of a little bit out of order. And one of the things I'm trying to do is I'm really trying to compartmentalize must-haves and nice-to-haves / you know, future expansion possibilities. So, you know, I'm trying to keep that you know, kind of in the place, you know, kind of in the back of my mind. Should I whiteboard? The answer is always yes. All right. Well, I'll get my whiteboard out. Get it or out. Get her done. Because what could kind of go in order? I mean, this always makes a bunch of like boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo. I'll mute it. That way you guys don't have to hear all these USB connecting things. So the reason why it makes a bunch of boop boop is because it like connects as a monitor, but it also connects as like a USB peripheral, so it makes like 2 connection sounds when the whiteboard connects, because it's like, oh, it's both. Okay. Whiteboard. All right. Going all the way back to the beginning. What is going on? Where is my PDF? Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry. Could not find my PDF. There we go. Let's see. What was this whiteboard? This is just old whiteboards. This was something about automatic bonus progression. I don't know what this was. Oh, I think I was describing like the most OP items that you could make in Pathfinder 2 and what I thought were the best runes at various levels. And I think we kind of agreed that something like a major striking Warhammer or Maul with greater crushing, greater rooting, and greater frost would be pretty much broken. Of course, Ashen would also be really broken, but and brilliant, but we all agreed that those were kind of rare and difficult to acquire technically. So depending on whether your GM was being a pain in the butt or not. Good stuff. Okay. Let's go dark mode here. All right. So, Wilderfeast. So, one of the first things that I kind of want to talk about, or that I've kind of been thinking about, is this idea of advancement. So, do I have a character sheet in here? They have a blank character sheet. They do have a blank character sheet. Okay. So this is the character sheet from Wilderfeast. You have styles, okay, which are like these are like your ability scores. And then you have your skills, which are, like your skills. And then you have tools and techniques, which are like your powers with your weapons. And then traits are the stuff you get from, there we go. Traits are the stuff you get from monsters. Now, one of the things that I'm always looking to do with a mega game is I want to create, this is one of my more recent thought processes that I've had, which is there's kind of two different ideas here. I guess this is kind of technically a tangent, but the first is I want to encourage horizontal growth. Now, the problem is that horizontal growth is oftentimes, right? So by vertical growth, we mean like numbers going up, numbers going burr, and the like. So in Pathfinder 2 terms, right, this would be gaining levels, right? Getting higher levels. And if you look at like, Northern Reaches Season 2, we introduced this idea of mythic progression. And by the way, to be clear here, when I talk about growth, what I'm talking about are for people who play the game a lot, basically. What can we do for people who play a lot? Now, yes, you don't technically need to have an incentive. In theory, playing the game is fun on its own nature, on its own right, as is the ability to to make a difference in in the campaign and make a narrative difference, right? Save the day or do something cool. And those are all important. I mean, absolutely, of course they are. But I do think that there's something to be said about actual progression. So in Northern Reaches Season 2, we had this idea of mythic levels, and characters could go beyond 20th level. And obviously, this is an example of relative scaling of power vertically. But a lot of times, so what we did like in more recent games is this idea of allowing multiple free archetypes beyond even one free archetype. Some characters could have essentially 2 archetypes or 3 archetypes, or even like a dual character class, right? Where you have 2 character classes. And theoretically, that is horizontal growth. But what things have shown is that when you allow people to have essentially 1 or 2 or 3 classes, even if it is technically horizontal, the characters end up much more powerful, right? They end up with a lot more capability, and they're able to combine different powers to create, really, really powerful effects. And so even though that's good in theory, I want to create a sense of true horizontal growth, okay? That doesn't lead directly to scaling problems. And my solution to this came from Beacon. We'll get to this in a second. The second thing is, so that's horizontal growth. The second one is vertical growth, actual power scaling, right? Exactly, Shazbot. Essentially, yes, Shazbot. In a way, not having synergy between abilities. We'll get to this in a second of what I want to do and how I want to do it. But yeah, that's exactly right. So the second thing is this idea of vertical growth. And what I want to create for vertical growth is the following. I want to try, as best as I can, to create to kind of create a asymptotic or logarithmic growth curve, okay? Unfortunately, right, you would think most of the time you would think that that a curve was linear. But actually it turns out most of the time the power curves are exponential. But what I actually want is this idea of a diminishing return, right? So when we say a logarithmic power curve, what I'm really saying is I want this to be, a form of diminishing returns. Whether that be in the effectiveness of gaining power or in the process, right, of gaining power. So I want to allow for vertical growth, but I want it to be, based around or predicated around this idea of diminishing returns or making it more difficult. Now, there's an element here of Wilderfeast that already sort of takes care of this, and we can talk about that in a second. Well, there's a lot of things to talk about, but this is just the stuff that I've been thinking about how I would do it. So for horizontal growth, the inspiration here was the Beacon game. And the idea in Beacon is that, which of course was the Lancer-based the Lancer-based fantasy game. And one of the ideas of Beacon is that your character builds and develops these, acquires these different powers, okay? But when your character goes out on a mission, and remember, Beacon is trying to be the fantasy analog to a mech game. And the equivalent to this in a mech game would be like, oh, I'm a mech pilot. So for this mission, I'm going to take this different mech, and I have accumulated different weapons systems and lasers and defensive systems, and I can equip that mech differently. But the fact that the chassis, the mech itself, is different means that I'm going to have a very different experience, very different play experience. So Beacon kind of took this idea, and it was similar to sort of a job system, but it's also similar in some ways to like Guild Wars 2, if you've played that. Job systems from like Final Fantasy Tactics. The idea in Beacon is that your character might have access to a variety of different classes or jobs. And before you go out on an adventure, you sort of put on that job. Yes, it's very gamist. But putting on that job literally gives you a completely different set, if you will, of abilities. And I thought this was really, really cool for MMO possibilities. And again, if anybody has questions about Beacon, maybe you missed that stream, we can talk about it. But here is this was my idea that I had for Wilderfeast. Let me see if I can find the passage. Okay. Okay, here you go. So, in Wilderfeast, your character is, if your character does have a class, okay, it is defined, which is not really a class. You are defined by your tool, okay? And the game even says, if anything defines wilders other than their mutations, it's their arc steel tool. Arc steel is a regenerating silver metal made by humanity's lost ancestors. In ages past, the Green Kings fashioned enormous arc steel kitchen implements to produce mind-boggling amounts of food. After the Green King civilization fell, the Wilders repurposed these artifacts as weapons, though they still come in handy as cooking aids. There are 6 tools in total. Choose a cleaver if you want to make every strike count. Choose mitts if you want to get up close and personal. Choose a pan if you want to shield your packmates from harm. Choose a spit if you want to always be moving. Think like a roasting spit or like a fork. Choose a torch if you want to control the situation from a distance. Choose twine if you want to invent creative solutions. Now, what's cool about this game is that there are 4 styles: mighty, precise, swift, and tricky. Those are your 4 ability scores. And again, I hesitate to call them ability scores. They're styles. And really, it's more of an approach, right? How do you do things, right? Not necessarily are you strong or are you quick. It's more of like, what is your methodology for doing things? For example, mighty might be used with an attack, but mighty also might be used with a display. Mighty also might be used with assurance, right? There's not necessarily a one-to-one, sort of comparison. But what's really cool about the game, and it does kind of warm my inner game designer heart, is that you'll notice that there are 4 styles, which means that there is 3 + 2 + 1 overlapping combinations of 2 pairs of ability scores or styles, which means each tool is the result of combining 2 ability scores. So, for example, cleaver is mighty plus precise, and mitts is mighty plus swift, and pan is mighty plus tricky. So each pair, and I don't remember exactly what the rest of them are. I think a spit is precise, and swift. And I think twine is swift and tricky. And I think torch is precise and tricky, maybe. I don't remember exactly. But so you have these 6 combinations, 6 pairings of the ability scores, and each one kind of corresponds to one of the 6 tools, right? And of course, you can see here that this speaks to a certain amount of a play style, right? The cleaver is kind of your, super accurate kind of magus, really powerful striker blow. The mitts is a bit of more of a brawler type character. The pan is more of a tank, right? The spit is more of a kind of a skirmisher, sneak attack or a spring attack, movement based attacker. Torch is, ranged DPS, and twine is, the weird one. The person who wants to get weird and do sorts of weird stuff. So, maybe you can call it support or control or movement or something like that. Hold a sec. So, now, in the game, they describe this as, this is just one part of the mega game. These tools are rare and valuable, and most wilders inherit them from their mentor. You're not likely to acquire another, and even if you do, changing tools isn't a decision you make on a whim. Your tool reflects your training, your disposition, and your approach to being a wilder. What if that wasn't true? What if tools were rare and valuable? And what if you did start with one, possibly from a mentor? But what if you could acquire another one? And one of the things that you'll do in this game is, for your chosen tool, you will develop and acquire techniques. Techniques are basically like the feats or the powers or the abilities that you can use with that weapon. Okay. And many of the techniques are limited or locked to a specific tool. Okay. So for example, if we went and learned if you choose cleaver, these are the beginning cleaver techniques. You start with clean cut. You can pick one of the other 3 and you can acquire these. But these techniques only work with a cleaver. Now, again, I should reiterate and point out, if it wasn't already apparent, these weapons are actually ancient cooking utensils that were literally used by these giant beings, these green kings that were literally giants. So this is, how like Sting was an elven dagger or an elven dirk, and Bilbo and Frodo wielded as sort of a short sword. Well, it's the same basic idea. The idea is that this was a giant's cleaver from, antiquity. It's an artifact from a more, powerful time when giants walked the earth. And that cleaver is now being used by a human as like a gigantic 6-foot-long oversized mega weapon. Okay, so all of these kitchen utensils follow that same precept. So my idea is similar to Beacon, and again, this is about that horizontal growth, is what if your character starts with, say, a cleaver, and you develop some techniques for cleaving, and you're now a cleaver, and you're doing cleaving stuff, and so is everybody else. But you play a lot. And so maybe through play, your character acquires a pan as well. And because these are gigantic, oversized, massive giant kitchen tools. Of course, you can't carry both of them. One of them is already comically large and heavy. But if you're a player who plays a lot of our games, because one of the problems that we have is that there is a big disparity. This isn't, your weekly session that maybe is more like it's twice a month, and even then it gets canceled. We have people who play, I'm not kidding you, 2, 3, 4 times per week because it's online, it's convenient, they love the mega game process, all this other jazz. And there's a fun element, it's like people playing WoW, they play a lot if they can. So if you play a lot, then there is going to be this opportunity to potentially pick up a different weapon, or 2 or 3 different additional weapons. And at the beginning of a session, your character, if you are one of those players, not everybody, but if you're one of those players who wants to play a lot, one of the ways you might progress in this game is by getting good with multiple weapons. Now, here's the deal. Getting good at pan or getting good at torch isn't necessarily going to make you better at being a cleaver and doing cleaving stuff. So it's progression that avoids that synergistic effect. Now, not entirely, because there are some techniques that overlap between tools. But if you're a player who plays a lot, what this allows you to be is like, I'm a fighter, but I can also transform into a, healer who can also transform into a ranged DPS. And maybe the group needs a certain amount of, needs one thing as opposed to another. Maybe this group doesn't have a lot of damage dealers. So you're like, oh, cool. I'll bring in my torch build. But the good news is that by going and now focusing on your torch build, my hope is that your character's growth is kind of like your character's getting stronger, and then you decide to start working on a new class, and then your character gets a little bit stronger, and then you start working on a new tool. And in a way, this is kind of like the way dual classing in AD&D used to work. Dual classing back in AD&D was basically you starting the game over, and you weren't really allowed to use your old class abilities. And I think for people who play a lot, I think having this repertoire of choices to choose from, to be able to be like, oh, I'm going out on an adventure. Because remember, all of our adventures are one single session. And so you can be like, cool, I can be a cleaver character, or I can be a pan character, or I can be a torch character. And so this is an example of, like I was saying, about horizontal growth that I think would be really, really neat, but also give people who play a lot that really cool incentive to be like, look, there's no reason that you need to pick up. In fact, in many ways, picking up a second weapon kind of makes your character theoretically weaker, because now you're going to be investing into this pan, which doesn't help your cleaver or doesn't help your torch. But I think for people who play a lot, I think having that kind of cool flex of, yeah, I've mastered several kitchen instruments or several kitchen tools, I think is really cool. It gives you a lot of flexibility, but it doesn't give you that flexibility like you'd have in PF2, where your character is a fighter cleric because of dual class and free archetype. But no, you have all of those abilities at all times. Now you can heal yourself and do this and do this. But I also like it that it's a little bit more diegetic than Beacon, because in Beacon, you're, I don't know, putting on your alchemist costume or something like that. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. In this game, look, these are gigantic, oversized, giant weapons. You can only carry one. And so when you go out and do your hunt or whatever for the session, you have to pick one of your weapons. And there's also that cool little achievement. You can't just start picking pan. No, like you start game with one weapon. But a cool achievement for somebody who's playing a lot might be that you get a second weapon as well. Now, someone asked a question. They said, what about stats? Yeah, this is true. Stats are a thing as well. There are 4 stats. Now, remember, when you kill a frenzied monster and eat it, one of the choices that you can make is if that creature or if that monster has a style that is more bigger than yours. So, like, for example, if we go back to our PDF, if we chose Cleaver, you can see that we can start with either a 3 mighty or a 2 precise, or we can start with a 3 precise or a 2 mighty, as well as 1 swift, 1 swift, 1 tricky, and we'll say, 3 mighty. What is going on? There we go. And a 2 precise. All right, so our character has 3 mighty, 2 precise, 1 swift, 1 tricky. Now, let's say that we, let's say that we go on a hunt, and the GM is like, oh no, there's a monster. And the monster's so scary. And we need to go find a frenzied root crab, which may load. We don't know. Can my $4,000 computer load a PDF? Nobody knows. It's struggling. PDFs are the worst thing ever created. So that's a root crab, apparently. I don't actually know what we're looking at here. Oh, it's supposed to look like a tree. Okay, so here is a root crab. Here are its styles. Okay? This means that if we kill and decide to eat a root crab, we cannot raise our mighty, our precise, or our swift, because our stats are better than the monster that we just ate. So if we ate this root crab and we wanted to boost one of our stats, the only stat that we could boost would be what's going on? There we go. Would be tricky, which would go up to 2. And tricky may not be the most useful stat for a cleaver character. Not saying that, remember, it's an approach-based game. It's not a stat-based game. You got to throw away your precepts, right? You're used to playing D&D or Pathfinder 2, where you're like, oh, I'm a fighter, so intelligence doesn't matter, and constant wisdom doesn't matter, and maybe charisma doesn't matter. No, like, depending on what you're doing and how you're doing it, any of these styles could be useful. But in this case, for like my weapon, for my tool, it's mostly going to be mighty and precise, which is why the game starts me with a 3 in mighty and a 3 or 2 in precise, and only a 1 in swift. But now my character has a tricky of 2, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe this particular GM really likes these crab monsters. We kill another one, and now I raise my tricky from 2 to 3. Well, so now if there's a weapon that is both mighty and tricky, I'd actually be pretty dang good with it. In fact, I'd say I'd be better than I was with my own thing. So I'm like, now suddenly I'm like, oh, maybe I should look to pick up a pan, because a pan uses mighty and tricky a lot. So, there's that overlap of the abilities of mighty, but now I've raised my tricky in a way that's now more interesting for me. So now I can kind of start to, again, I'm building my character strength up, but I'm not ever going to be like dual wielding a pan and a cleaver and getting the best of both worlds and doing all sorts of synergistic effects that are going to completely, sort of overshadow and overpower things. Okay? So that's one thing that I think is really, really neat, and something that I really want to sort of develop for the game is to get, now, of course, technically this doesn't really matter. Because I mean, the initial season would probably not be played long enough maybe for that to matter, but I think it could be cool. King Hoda wants to dual wield. What will it cost me? Yeah, I probably would say no. You cannot dual wield. Dr. D. Hart, what if you had a mega feast where particular ingredients gathered by multiple parties could produce an even better effect? Law. I mean, that is, that's cool, obviously. But you completely distracted me. There's always a natural accession to want to just like scale, numbers go burr, numbers go burr, numbers go burr. You do have to be very careful about that because that's oftentimes, how we end up getting a lot of problems. Doesn't everyone then just wield the optimal weapon? Well, what's the optimal weapon, Shazbot? Again, these weapons do very different things, incredibly different things. So I don't know that there is an optimal weapon. That's part of the issue, is that there's no real optimal choice. I mean, certainly if my character had 5 mighty and 5 precise, I probably want to be using a cleaver. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I am or will be. So that's the first thing. So let's talk then about vertical growth a little bit. So in the game, I have the same thing as on 8 different screens because I have it on my whiteboard, the PDF open, and my OBS. And then I don't remember sometimes what is actually being shown to people. Okay, so in the game, each tool has a list of techniques that are listed as beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Okay? Now, in the game, the way that you acquire these is totally acceptable and fine, but boring, which is downtime, right? After you return from your hunt, you go into downtime, and one of the things that you can do is train, and it costs 1 action. And it says, through study and practice, you learn a technique to master your tool. You can only train once per downtime, okay? If you're not currently studying a technique, select one of your techniques, then mark on your character sheet that you finished 1 training session. Otherwise, mark an additional training session. If you do meet its techniques, you then erase them and start over. So you have to do 2 sessions to master a beginner technique. Intermediate is 3, and advanced are 5. Now, here's the problem. The problem is, 1, we kind of accidentally did this. Bob misspelled something when we did Dragontide. There was a building in town called the Training Hall where people could spend their downtime actions to train up their skills with their weapons, and that's all anybody did. Right? That's all anybody did. So number 1, it's like flies to shit. Players cannot help themselves but train. And if you've ever played Blaze in the Dark with people who are even remotely a little bit of min-maxy car-oppy, they don't even, not a ton, not like pun levels, but even just a little bit interested in, character build and character progression. If you play Blaze in the Dark, you'll know that everybody uses their downtime actions to train. So that's the first problem, is that this is, a siren's call. Number 2, it's not particularly fun or exciting. So, we have learned of a better way, have we not? We have. So my idea is to use deeds. So, like ripping straight off of Pete, stealing straight from Garblag Games. I was like, his game is called Heroic Deeds. His channel or his production is called Garblag Games, and his name is Pete. So it's kind of difficult. But my idea here is instead of tying these to downtime training actions, I want to tie them to diegetic things that you do in the game, and not just binary, do it once and you get it, right? Not like the problem we have with Dragontide with the heroic ability. For people who play Dragontide or play Dragonbane, you'll know that heroic abilities are you either get it or you don't get it. Now, I tried to come up with a system to sort of address this, but really it was just an XP system. Instead, we would have a deed system, and we would come up for each technique, right, with some sort of deed or something like that. And, it would vary from deed, from deed to deed, I guess is the way I would describe it. And after you did the deed or do the deed 4 times, 5 times, 3 times, you would immediately gain that new technique, just like in heroic deeds. And then once you would say maybe, mastered 3 of the 4 beginner techniques or something like that, because again, you start with 2 or something, then you would gain access to the intermediate techniques, and then eventually gain access to the advanced techniques. And I would also, if I'm going to be honest with you, be very tempted to also want to put in a new tier for a little bit of vertical progression of master techniques as well. But these would I would basically completely steal heroic deeds' deed system. I think from a mega game perspective, right, rules are cool. Right, Master Chef. Exactly, rules are cool. The Master Chef level. I think from a mega game perspective, tying things to deeds is really, really, really cool because I want to point out that not a lot of these techniques, but some of these techniques have absolutely nothing to do with fighting. For example, the cleaver, one of your basic techniques, is called Waste Not. After you finish your feast, you gain a free serving of an ingredient called the best bit, which allows you to get +1 in any style when you eat it. It's temporary until the next time you eat a meal. That's the way ingredients work and meals work. But my point is like the idea is that when you've got the cleaver, sure, you're good at fucking chopping the shit out of monsters, and you're also, you have a big fucking sword, but you'll also see like your character has like medical training, and they're good at carving the monster and getting the choicest bits. So there's an idea there of not just of cleaver as a weapon, but cleaver as an instrument, or this kind of almost surgical precision to your character's approach. So I love the idea of tying all of these techniques to deeds, and allowing characters, when they go out and equipping a new weapon or with their weapon, of having that influence the way that they play the game. I think that play pattern is awesome and amazing, and I think this is so much cooler to me than a simple training thing. But I also think that means that it's a cool way to kind of, I don't want to say limit growth, but it controls it, because at the end of the day, you're only going to be able to do so many things so many times. So it makes it so that when you gain a new ability, it'll feel earned and developed, and it won't just come out of fucking nowhere. It'll mean something. It'll do something, and I think that's really, really freaking cool. And I'm a big fan of it. Now, as I said before, in the game, these are techniques that are only usable with a cleaver. These are the techniques that are only available with mitts, pan, spit, torch, and twine. There are a list of shared techniques. So, for example, these techniques, I can take it, reinforced tool, and solid footing are all available to any of the mighty weapons or tools. So cleavers, mitts, and pans. So if you learn I can take it, then you can use that technique whether you're wielding a cleaver, a mitt, or a pan. So there is some sort of advantage to sort of having some of these, especially if you're going to, maybe spread out your character's tools, So you know, and so again, there'll be a variety of you know, a variety of tools, deed options. And that way, when you're playing the game, I think it leads to a little bit more of engagement. And yes, it's a little bit more maybe, I guess, tracking, but instead of like relying on GM fiat or just this kind of, look, I get that Northern Reaches worked because we just said, hey, look, everybody levels up, you know, automatically once a week or once every 3 weeks. Cool. But to a certain extent, I still love the idea of having to earn it. And yeah, I think this is really, really cool. The other thing I like about this deed system is it means that one of my concerns is that the way that the game is currently written, when you go and make a character or eat a monster, when you go and make a character, you've got styles, you've got skills, you've got traits, and then you have your techniques. Well, techniques, you advance it in the raw game by taking a downtime action a couple of times. Styles, skills, and traits all are only gained if you make a Wilderfeast and eat a monster. So that means that if you go and play a session and you didn't find a monster, or maybe you found a monster, but you didn't kill it, you technically don't really gain anything, except for when you go back to town, I guess you can train. And that's assuming you don't want to do anything else with your downtime action. But again, you probably do because you don't want to have done nothing. So what I like about having a deeds-based system for techniques is even if your character fails to fight and hunt down a monster, you could still potentially increase, you know, something and feel like you're making some sort of advancement. Now, in my personal opinion, traits, which, you know, represent your character literally gaining monstrous traits, obviously 100% will still be tied to Wilderfeasts. It literally doesn't really make sense for your character to, you know, train and develop and gain, I don't know, photosynthetic skin or the ability to release mood-altering pollen or something like that, right? So traits, I think, should stay 100% to Wilderfeasts. Techniques, obviously, are 100% tied to deeds in my version of the game. And I think, for purposes of the game's progression, I think styles should also be tied to Wilderfeast. Yes, while your character might, I don't know, get more mighty or get more swift, again, these aren't ability scores. So even if in a normal game of D&D, you could think of your character, I don't know, working out and getting stronger, that's really not what these mean. It's really more about almost like your outlook and your approach to things. But skills, I am not 100% convinced need to be tied to Wilderfeast. So for skills, I'm considering that this might be an area where deeds and Wilderfeasts might overlap. So you might increase one of your skills by killing a monster, eating it, and raising up one of your skills. But there might also be deeds that are tied to these different skills that allow you to increase your skill. I should also point out that the way that skills work in this game, they only go up to 3. That's the highest a skill can go. And for those of you who don't remember, when you make an action, you'll describe what you're doing, and then the GM will, based off of your description, say what style it is and what skill it is. The style will be how many 6-sided dice you roll. Every 5 or higher is a success. Skills allow you, after you roll the D6s, to modify that D6's value by 1 point or 2 points or 3 points after you roll. So, for example, if I was making a tricky craft and I would roll 3d6 and I've got a craft of 2. So I would roll 3d6. Okay. I would roll 3d6, and let's say I got a 2, a 4, and a 5. Well, my skill is 2. So I could raise this 4 to a 5, and now I have 2 successes. Or if I rolled a 6, a 5, and a 3, I could raise that 3 to a 5, and now I have 3 successes. Or I could roll a 4, and a 1, and I could change this to a 5 and this to a 5 because I'm spending the 2 points of my skill. And one of the ways that the GM can control difficulty in this game is by either giving you advantage, basically saying something is hard or easy. And if you have advantage, then your successes are on a 4+ on your D6. And if it's a difficult position, if you have disadvantage, you need 6s on your D6s. So, in a situation where your character is kind of challenged, you need to get a 6. And so having a skill to be able to bump up one of your D6s after the fact, I think is again, pretty potent. And of course, I always love having that ability as a player to make a die roll and then be able to modify it after the words. I think that feels very empowering. So yeah, I love the idea of characters progressing in this way and using deeds and accumulating them. We've also talked about, or I've also kind of theorized about this idea that we've talked about how there's going to be different regions that are connected, these big geographical regions. And I thought a cool idea would be that a region itself could have specific techniques that are tied, again, to deeds. And so if you go into that region and you adventure there and you accomplish those deeds, your character would gain a new technique. And this would be a generic technique, independent of your tool, maybe tied to some of the particular curiosities or natures of that region. But I love the idea of players making a decision about where to adventure based off of what is it really ties your character's advancement to what you're doing and where you're going and what you're fighting. So like the place you choose to adventure, the weapon you choose to use, how you choose to use it, the type of monster that you eat, hunt and eat, those are what are going to determine your character's advancement. And I think that is really, really cool. And I think that's really, really appealing. And that gives us a lot of really fun, options and levers to play with. So I'm really kind of excited about that. Lastly, this is something I have been thinking about. I'm going to crack my window because, it gets warm in here. Oil fryer hot springs. We did talk about this is going to be maybe like a volcanic area. I'll also say that I love the idea that oh, now I gotta sneeze again. Hold on a second. I need to get another tissue. sorry about that. I don't remember what I was on. We're talking about randomly. Yeah, I don't remember. But the other thing about deeds that I think are really cool is one problem that I don't know if I want to call it a problem, but one of the things that we frequently often do in Northern Reaches that could be kind of a problem. Cinnabos, you say it's a large amount of work. I actually don't think it's that large amount of a work. I don't really think so, Cinnabos. For number one, you technically, at the beginning of the game, you only have to have the beginning deeds set up. So the intermediate techniques aren't even available yet, right? No one would have access to those until people had accomplished enough of the beginner deeds. So number one, that's available. Number two, it's, if you've read heroic deeds, they're not like super, they're not like super clever. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to say that in a bad way. I'm trying to say that they're very straightforward. Like the one battle rager, the barbarian from heroic deeds, their one deed is like survive a fight. If you do that 4 times, or survive a fight against multiple opponents, and if you do that 4 times, you get some, I don't know, bloody venture or something like that. I mean, a lot of times it's pretty, it's pretty distinct. Like, so here, like, I'll give you an example. So again, some of this has to do with Wilderfeast. So I'm going to explain a little bit of the rules while we do this. So like, now, technically, this is a bad example because a cleaver character always starts with clean cut. So this is a bad example because you never need to do this. But in Wilderfeast, there is the difference between damage and part damage. And both part damage and damage both deal damage to the creature's stamina, right? If you deal 20 damage, if you deal 20 part damage, the creature loses 20 stamina, right? So damage always makes them lose stamina, full stop. Part damage also does the same amount of damage to one of the creature's parts, like its wings or its scaled tail or its armored carapace, okay? And each of those parts has a hit point total. If you kill that part becomes broken, disabled, cut off, you name it. And usually either turns off or becomes significantly weaker, much more ineffective, yada, 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 yada. So one of the things that the cleaver is known for is the clean cut. And in Wilderfeast, there are 4 main attacks, one tied to each of the 4 styles, right? The 4 styles are mighty, precise, swift, and tricky. Mighty and precise, the mighty attack lets you do double damage. But it takes 2 actions. You get 3 on your turn, by the way. The precise attack, okay, deals, I'm trying to remember what it's called. I don't know if it has a name. I'll just bring it up on the PDF. It's easier this way, rather than showing you guys this stuff. Okay. So, if you use a mighty attack, you deal double damage. But if you fail the attack, you become exposed. If you make the precise attack, you deal part damage. But it costs 2 actions, right? So in both these cases, you can think of this one, right? You're really taking your time to swing back a huge attack, and it does double damage, but it's not part damage, it's just generic damage. And if you make a precise attack, if you aim carefully, you deal part damage, but it takes 2 actions. Now, there's swift and tricky. These only cost 1 action each. Now, the swift action just deals regular damage. So both swift and precise, okay, just deal 1 part, or just do, both swift and mighty do regular damage. But mighty does double damage, but it takes 2 actions. Tricky and precise both do a single die of part damage, but on the tricky one, if you fail, you become exposed. Exposed is like you're vulnerable, right? You take double damage. So when you deal enough part damage, right, a creature becomes, that part becomes damage. So you could imagine for someone who is trying to learn the cleaver technique of clean cut, the deed could be break apart, right? Kill apart, right? Now, you have different ways to do that. You can do that with a precise attack. You could do that with a tricky attack. But when you're the one who lands, quote unquote, the killing blow on a part, you would mark that deed. And then maybe after you did that 3 times, you would gain clean cut, right? So like the deeds are pretty simple. They can be very straightforward, very much linked to the sort of the process of the game. So actually, I don't think it's actually a lot of work. I mean, it's not no work, but it's no more or less work than we typically do for a mega game. I would say it's less game. In fact, I think it's even more precise because it's pretty kind of spot on about what you're trying to do. And I think it could be a process. No, obviously it's a beta test. It's nothing's play tested, but yeah. So what I was going to say before that, not distraction, because that's totally fine. One of the problems that we sometimes have in our mega games, like Northern Reaches, and I say problem, but it's a situation where it's like we will have a clock. And I'll just use a really basic example. It says like it's called like Friends of the Forest or something like that. And some people, not everybody, some people work to develop and build that clock. And in order to keep things fair and equitable, we'll say that when the clock completes, right, we'll say everyone in the game gains, free archetype druid. I'm just making this up. Not like this. Well, that did happen, but that was a different clock. That never happened, but it could have happened. And so what ends up happening is, number one, everybody, whether they did anything or not, gets this bonus. Okay. Number two, for some people, they don't really want free archetype druid, right? Maybe because they don't want the added complexity to their character. Maybe they don't feel like it's something that they want to do, or maybe it's an anathema thing. There's a million, bajillion, trillion reasons, but it also creates a scaling problem. Because if a bunch of different people are all working on these different clocks and a bunch of different buffs are being handed out across the game, you start to get a power curve, right, that becomes exponential. So one of the things that I want to really do with a mega game and with deeds is when you complete this clock, instead of everyone gaining free archetype druid, everyone would gain access to a new deed. And then if you complete that deed, you would gain, say, the new technique, right? And so, again, one of the things that I think people are really, I feel like this feels more earned, because people don't just get it for free. You could potentially have something where, like, people who contributed to the clock or whatever like that start with one of the deeds. Maybe the deed is a 4-track and they start with one of them ticked or something like that. But I don't even think it has to be like that. One of the things I've found about most players is most players aren't really looking for free lunches. There's a few people obviously, who want to power creep and do, burr, 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 burr. But a lot of players in these mega games, in my experience, at least with Knights of Last Call, right, is that you create this, they just want to be able to affect the game and change the game. And that's enough for them. Shazbot, we are getting to that eventually. I will say though, Shazbot, traditionally, this isn't necessarily true. It doesn't have to be true. But traditionally, our mega games always run for a finite amount of time. Typically somewhere between 6 to 8 months. And so by adding time to the game, you are delaying, you are preventing power creep. There's something else, Shazbot, which we didn't really talk about, but we can talk about it. This is something I think Wilderfeast does. I think it does it. It's really interesting and it's done really well. Yeah, Karama, it says, I love to affect the game with an upside down smiley face. Yes. Now, see, some people, I didn't say that I didn't say that you still couldn't be a troll. I just said that you like to affect the game. In my own personal life in games, I am known for handing out crazy, weird abilities. Even on top of the feats and spells and stuff that you get in the game. This is true for 3rd edition, Pathfinder 2, 5th edition D&D, right? All of the stuff. One of the classic problems that we do, and to be clear, Smith was aware of this and was working on this for NR Season 3 2 years ago when he was still working on it. Let me give you a great example of this. This is a classic example from Season 1? No, Season 2 of Northern Reaches. There was a boss fight, Spawn of Triune. And it was a 3-headed dog. It was a raid monster. And when you beat that monster, when the players did beat the monster, everyone there got some power that was called, it doesn't really matter what it's called, they gained a bonus reaction. Okay? Because the Spawn of Triune had 3 reactions per round because it had 3 heads. And here's the deal. This bonus reaction was just that. It was passive. It was always on, used at every turn for the rest of the game. All right? Now, I'll give you another example. Later on, there was an ability gained, again from a raid. It was called Champion's Speed. Okay, I could be misremembering it, but I think it was once per day, and you basically gained super haste. And that was it. There was no cost. There was no drawback. And remember, this is Northern Reaches, so most of the time once per day basically meant once per session. And a lot of sessions were only 1 or 2 fights anyways. So basically it meant you were going to have super haste once or at least once a session. And it came at no cost, right? It came with no penalty. Same thing with the bonus reaction. Once you got it, you had it. So when it comes to avoiding scaling powers, one thing that they are really good at in this game is that a lot of things cost stamina. Stamina is your hit points. Okay? And so if we look at something like, I don't know, we'll look at, this is a beginner technique from Cleaver. It's called Big Fucking Sword. And it costs 3 stamina. A human of your choice becomes frightened. So it doesn't work against monsters, but if you are fighting human opponents, you can pay 3 stamina. You can pay 3 stamina and make a human frightened. And in fact, this doesn't cost any actions, and it doesn't even, you can even do this potentially multiple times. So you could spend 9 stamina and make a human frightened 3, right? You could spend 12 stamina, right, and make a creature, frightened 4. Or you could spend 20 stamina and make that human frightened, 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 right? You could do all that. But here's the key. You're using up your hit points, okay? You're using up, arguably, probably, one of, if not the most important resource. So one of the things that we had to learn that we never really learned from Northern Reaches is how do we make it have a cost that makes it prohibitive? Because you could imagine that if you had 10 of these abilities, different abilities, that's great. And that is more power. I'm not saying I don't want power to not increase. I do. I just want it to reach a point of diminishing returns, right? Like, I want your character to get more powerful, but then I want it to start flattening out as we get higher and higher. Because you can imagine is that if you had a ton of these abilities, well, you can't use them all, right? You can't use them all. So that's one of the big takeaways of using this stamina cost is even if a character had 5 or 6 of them, yes, it does give them a little bit more flexibility and they can make some choices, but they can't use them all at once. Now, if we gave people a lot of passive abilities, which do exist, by the way, in this game, that becomes more of a problem because they don't cost you anything. You can have them active at all times. And unless you find a way to limit them, like you can only have 2 or 3 abilities equipped at a time, then that potentially becomes a problem. And that's actually something we talked about doing in Northern Reaches, is that a character would only have almost like D&D 5e, right? What is it called? Attunement. You have 3 attunement slots, and it's like your character only has 3 slots for, random bullshit abilities or powers. Now, Shazbot brings up a good point. The problem with hit points is that it either matters or it doesn't. And that is true, sort of. The thing with Wilderfeast is your character actually is kind of designed to... the hit point system is very weird in this game. A starting character has 20 hit points. A monster does D20 damage and can do 2d20 damage with every attack. And a monster goes 1 time for each party member in the party. So if you have 4 people in the party, the monster goes 4 times around. So you can see that your character runs out of hit points very, very fast, to the point where it's almost not really true in what it's called, because it's not called hit points, it's called stamina. And that's because the hit points in this game are very weird. When your stamina goes to 0, okay, and I should point out a couple of things here. If your stamina goes to 0, your character becomes wounded 1, and your stamina resets to 20. So that's the first thing. Number 2. Now, wounded 1 doesn't have any deleterious effects. The only thing wounded 1 does is it will change the behavior and abilities of certain monsters. Okay? Now, so your stamina goes back to 20. If your stamina goes to 0 again, you become wounded 2, and your stamina resets to 20. Now, when you're wounded 2, you do have a downside, which is that you can no longer voluntarily spend stamina. Right? So in other words, you can't use your, if you still, if you take damage, you have to take it, but you can't spend it anymore. If you go to 0 again, your character becomes wounded 3, and your stamina stays at 0. And you have to either choose to, go out of the fight. And to be clear, this is like surrender from modern games. And by the way, this is absolutely my preferred version of this out of any of the rule sets that we've seen. So out of Fabula Ultima or Daggerheart, okay? You go to Wounded 3. Your stamina stays at 0. You can't spend stamina. You cannot be restored of stamina, okay? So this is a little bit like Draw Steel, where you can't just go, oh, I'll heal them back up. No, once you're at Wounded 3, you can't spend stamina, you can't restore stamina. You can either stay down, and if you stay down, you're out of the action. You can't make actions, you can't make tests. You're basically out, but you're safe. The GM doesn't get to kill you. Or you can choose to push yourself. And if you push yourself, you can still take actions as normal. You can move as normal. Nothing, you can make tests. But if you take any damage while you're at wounded 3, you die. So I think this is really, really cool because in Fabula Ultima, you either choose to stay down or you sacrifice your character. And you know your character is dead. Yeah, you get to do something big and cool before you go out, but your character is dead. Now, in Daggerheart, you have this in-between option, right? The risk it all, where you roll the D10 and potentially your character stays in the fight or potentially you just die in the spot. But I don't like that either because I want to have this moment where I can either just flat out say, nope, I don't want to die here, I'll stay down. Or you can push yourself and then it's not like you either live or die and you decide that right now. You'll decide that in the fight. And I think that's way more tense and way more cool, right? We call this raising the death flag from this old RPG, where basically you reach a point in the game where you can signify, I'm willing to fight to the death here, and you get certain mechanical benefits from it, but it allows your character now to be killed. Like you're raising the death flag and basically saying, like, I can die here. So, yes. Now, Shazbot says, don't you have the problem if, like, you have 10 hit points, you're more likely to get killed in one hit. So spending 9 hit points likely doesn't matter. There is a certain, I would even say skill, Shazbot, because I actually think that's to the advantage of the game. Because otherwise people might never spend stamina because they'd be like, well, this is just going to kill me. I'm literally just killing myself. Because the one thing I didn't tell you is that if a monster does damage to you, it doesn't roll over to your new stamina track. So if I'm at wounded 0 and I have 20 stamina and I get hit and I go to 8 and then I spend 5 stamina on a ability. So I'm at 3. And then a monster hits me for 40. If a monster hits me for 40, I go to 0, I go to wounded 1, and then I reset to 20. So yes, being at 1 hit point is kind of optimal. Now, there's an exception to this. If I was at wounded 0 or whatever, and I was at 2 hit points or 2 stamina, and I spent 10 stamina for some ability, then I go to 0, I go to 1, I reset to 20, and then I still have to spend the other 8. So if you spend it, you still have to pay it. But if you take the damage from a monster, yes, being at 1 hit point is optimal from that perspective. And you know what? I think that's cool. I think that's cool. I think that's neat. I think it gives you a little bit of fun play, right? Where because we're used to being like the best hit point total in a way is the highest hit point total. But in this game, there's kind of a weird meta where you kind of want to use your abilities because if you're going to get hit and you're going to take a bunch of damage, maybe it's to your advantage to be in a situation where your hit points are actually low or lower. So that's so as you can see, your character could burn through their 20 stamina pretty quickly. So while I do think hit points either matter or they don't matter, in this game there's at least this wound track progression from wounded 0 to wounded 1 to wounded 2 to wounded 3. And again, the first 2 don't have any direct effects, although again, being at wounded 1 can change the behavior and abilities of certain monsters. At wounded 2, you can't spend stamina on your abilities. And then at wounded 3, you either have to choose to either stay out of the fight, you get to take a knee, you're fine, you won't die, but you're out of the game, like you're out of that fight, like they can't heal you or bring you back in, or you can choose to keep fighting. And if you choose to keep fighting, you stay at 0 hit points, and if you take any damage, you are dead, and there's no coming back for you. There's no resurrection, there's no raised dead or anything like that. And I think that's pretty cool. I will also say, when you after having just talked about all that, excuse me, if you're a cleaver character, one of your advanced techniques is blood-soaked beast. You can become wounded 4. And when you're wounded 2 or more, you suffer the effects of the previous level. So if you're wounded 3, you act as if you're wounded 2. So the blood-soaked beast literally gets another wound track on their wound, which is pretty cool. And especially when you consider that one of their intermediate techniques is without fear of death, which allows you to keep spending your stamina even once you become wounded. So like a cleaver character is quite literally like, just going, they will die for death, because this character could literally spend stamina into death, basically. There's nothing holding them back. Up to and including the other advanced technique, which is called the Inevitable Blade, which costs 10 stamina. If you make a strike, you gain 1 success, which is what you need to hit. So if you're willing to pay 10 stamina, you can hit. But I should also point out that you could spend 20 stamina and get 2 successes, because some things in this game cost successes. And so you would gain additional successes that you could use to power other abilities. So an advanced cleaver character could theoretically spend 20 or 30 or 40 stamina, because they can keep spending their stamina even when they're wounded too, and yada 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 yada. So I think that sounds like a pretty cool character, if you ask me, which I think is pretty neat. So there's that. I don't remember why we were just talking about this. We were talking about the damage. So you can kind of express skill in this game by gaming the probabilities of monster damage. Yeah. The cleaver sounds cool, I will say. I mean, the other thing too, Shazbot, is, each monster has, different and weird and unique ways of interacting, because they can, whereas a wilder can use all of the different attack modes, right? So a wilder can attack with a mighty attack, with a swift attack, with a tricky attack, and with a precise attack. Monsters are usually limited by what their part does. So, for example, that crab monster we were looking at before, their attack is claws. And they can only either do mighty strikes or tricky strikes, right? They can't do precise strikes, right? The crab monster is not really good at, taking you out. Which, by the way, I should point out that the way that your monsters can have their parts broken, PCs can have their tools broken. Same monsters can also deal part damage, and when the monster deals part damage, they're dealing it to your tool. And so your tool can break, and if your tool breaks, then you have, limited options, like things like it does half damage and all this other stuff. Yeah. But okay, so I do have to say, don't we just end up in the situation where you get more stamina costing abilities just leads you to wanting to use the cleaver so that you can use it more? Maybe if you want to do a bunch of damage, if you want to do other things besides just dealing a boatload of damage, then yeah, I mean, if you want to do a boatload of damage and spend a bunch of stamina, I would probably say that you probably do want to be, a cleaver. potentially. But yeah. But again, other techniques might be more beneficial for you. Like the cleaver can attack flying enemies. So if you fight a monster that has flying, you're kind of SOL. You're kind of shit out of luck because the cleaver doesn't have any ranged options. Whereas even the pan, the frying pan, does have a technique called the bouncing throw, which is your pan gains range 2. And if you deal 10 or more damage with that, the creature becomes stunned. So even the pan can potentially be used at ranged, whereas the cleaver cannot. So there might be a monster that you're fighting that the cleaver literally might not be able to hit or has a problem hitting. Now, of course, this being an RPG and being a weird RPG where your character can literally, absorb monstrous traits and, by eating their flesh in a magical feast, if your character were to go and, kill a flying monster and eat it, they would potentially be able to gain the ability to fly. So, there's always where there's a will, there's a way. But potentially you wouldn't necessarily have that in the beginning. However, Shazbot was kind of highlighting on something which I think is really, really important, which is as written in the game, as your character eats more and more monsters, there is no limit in the game to how many traits that your character can acquire. And there's a lot of traits in the game, energy feeder, fermenter, fire breath, haste, headbutt, herd defender, hibernator, hunger, indefatigable, instinctual aim. These are all monster traits. So these are all the things that you get from fighting, eating, or finding, hunting, killing, cooking, and eating monsters in a monster Wilderfeast. And potentially you would have a lot of these traits, and that could lead to an escalation or even an exponential power creep situation. So one idea that I've been kind of toying around with is the idea that, maybe your character can only express a certain number of these monstrous traits at once, that number might go up as you become more advanced in the game. There's also a more advanced idea. I don't really even want to really talk about this, but for people who play Torchbearer or with me, there's this idea that I'm intrigued about with this game. And you'll forgive me if I talk about Torchbearer a little bit. So in Torchbearer, your character has this score called nature. And nature represents how elf, dwarf, human, halfling, like your character is. But that's not really the correct way to describe it. Really, in Torchbearer, there's a spectrum of nature from 0 to 7. Now, at 7, you're retired. In fact, quite literally, in the game of Torchbearer, if your character's nature gets to 7, they stop adventuring. They go to the mountains and start working the forge. They take the ship and sail into the west. They build a house and a barn, and they marry their local sweetheart, and they raise a family of kids. They get a nice hobbit hole and spend their days, smoking tabak on the front porch, right? So if your character gets to 7, your character is no longer an adventurer. they are a human. They are a halfling, right? Halflings and humans and elves, they don't go on adventure. Adventurers are weird. They're weirdos. So if your character gets too high of nature, your character will retire. Similarly, if your character gets to 0 nature, they retire. Except it's a little bit different. Your character has lost touch with their reality. They've lost touch with their people. They've lost touch with who they are. And your character is retired at the end of the session, and you become, a crazed hermit who lives in the woods. This is how you get the crazed witch that lives, in the woods outside of town. Or the mad berserker who lives up in the mountains or whatever. So the game tracks your nature score as your character adventures. And between 1 to 6, your character will move up and down that nature as you adventure. And I would say that the closer you are to this side, you're being a little bit more adventurer. And if you're closer to this side, you're being a little bit more like your ancestry. Right? And the thing about it, what's cool about the game is there's advantages to being like an adventurer. Okay, in Torchbearer, when your character has an adventurer mindset, like if your nature was 2, your character would find it very easy to learn new adventuring skills, to pick up, the sort of tactics and techniques of being an adventurer. However, knowing who you are and having that strength of who your people are and where you come from is a great source of strength. And when you are an adventurer and you're kind of on your own and you've kind of lost touch with who you are and where you came from, you can't draw upon that strength as much. Now, conversely, if your character had a nature score of 5 or 6, they would find it very difficult to pick up and learn new adventuring techniques. But if they had to dig deep and remember who they're fighting for and why they're fighting, and they could draw upon that strength, then that strength is going to be a lot higher than if your nature was 2. Now, I'm not getting exactly into all the rules for Torchbearer, but needless to say, these are actually mechanics. And the point of wit, whatever your nature score is how much experience you need in order to acquire a new skill. So if your nature is 2, you only need 2 XP in order to get a new skill. If your nature was 5, you need 5 XP to get a new skill. Similarly, though, when you draw upon your character's inner reserve of strength, the number of bonus dice you get is equal to your character's nature. So if your nature is only 2 and you draw upon your inner strength, you only get 2 dice. If your character's nature is 5, you get 5 dice. So there's advantages to being both. And one might argue that maybe being kind of in the middle has kind of the best of both worlds. Or you could argue it has the advantages of neither. And the thing about Torchbearer is the more you do stuff that is like your ancestry, that is going to push your nature score up. And the more you do stuff that is like an adventurer or in defiance of who you are as an elf or a human or a dwarf, that's going to push your nature down. So, why did I say all this? Well, because number one, it's fucking awesome. By the way, I should point out, Mouse Guard works the same way, except in Mouse Guard, the conflicting nature is between being a cool, heroic, adventuring, almost a knight errant of the realm, which is what it means to be a Mouse Guard, and being a fucking mouse. Right, the fact of the nature is, as a mouse, your nature is to run and hide and be a prey animal and skitter away. Right, being a Mouse Guard is sort of in defiance of being a mouse. And so in Mouse Guard, there's this tension between your desire to be a heroic knight and the fact that you're a fucking mouse. Okay, so with all that being said, this game, oh, you know what? Actually, not all being said. There's one last thing. Avatar Legends, and I always have to add legends because people assume I mean the blue people from James Cameron. I mean Aang and Korra. Avatar Legends uses this idea of a principle track where your character is torn. Each playbook has different principles. Like you might be tied between family and duty. And in that game, there's a track that goes between the two of them. And your character finds yourself being pushed more towards family or more towards duty. Now, Avatar, the mechanics of the game of Avatar Legends give you certain advantages if your track is near the extremes, right? If your character is near the extreme of duty, your character can use that strength to perform actions with great effect that are tied to your character's duty. But you're also going to find it very difficult to perform actions that may be for your family. However, when you're near the end of the track, it's also easy for circumstances or NPCs to push your character over the edge. And that causes your character to sort of have a moment where they kind of lose their way and maybe show a form of the downside of your obsession with that principle. And so Avatar invites us to explore the strength that can come from being so focused on one principle, but also challenges and asks us to, can we find balance? Can we find a way to be both mindful of our family, but also mindful of our duty? Is there a middle way, right? Is there a way that we can both do these things? And of course, if you've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, and who hasn't, right? This is the fundamental question that Aang is asked throughout the whole series. Aang is an airbender who has taken an oath of, not peace, but he won't kill someone. He won't kill. Aang will not kill. But he has this duty, which is to stop the Fire Lord, right? And to stop the war. And even up until the end, of the show, Aang doesn't know what he's going to do when he confronts the Fire Lord. And he talks to people. He even activates his former avatars and talks to them. And they're basically like, you need to do your duty. You're the avatar. You have a responsibility. Your personal principle, okay, of being of not being willing to take a life is second place to your duty. And of course, even in the final confrontation with the Phoenix King, Fire Lord Ozai, Aang beats him and is gonna kill him, and he stops. He says, "No, I'm not gonna do it that way." And the Fire Lord basically says, "Well, that was your mistake. I'm gonna kill you and do it." And that's when Aang has this awesome, you could argue it's a Deus Ex Machina moment, and it kind of comes out of nowhere. But that's when Aang energy bends him, and he takes away his firebending, thus beating him without killing him. And so Aang was able to find, his moment of balance, and that was kind of the arc of the show. So Avatar Legends invites us to do this through its principle and balance track mechanic. Torchbearer and Mouseguard ask us to do this through the nature mechanic. Now, yes, Hodop, you are completely correct. It definitely should have been set up before the final arc. Although then it might have been a little bit too obvious, and it might have been like, well, why doesn't Aang just go energy bend him? And then maybe some of that tension would have been gone. So, Shazbot, I'm sorry, I was ranting. Shazbot, you're right on the money, my friend. So, Shazbot is cooking with gas. Good job. So one of the ideas of this game is that this game is filled with monsters. And one of those monsters is you. Okay? Monsters, freakish and grotesque, protect the one land. As the curse virus called the Frenzy spreads, the mutated rangers called Wilders fight to maintain harmony between humanity and nature. They kill the creatures they must, they nurture the ones they can, and consume the ones that they fail to save. And in doing so, they transform into half-human chimeras, for like all monsters, they derive their power from the law of the one land. You are what you eat. And so I very much see Wilders as being part of this same concept, where you have your sort of, you sort of have your monstrosity on one side, and then you sort of have your humanity on the other side. And in fact, this is really, really well defined in the game, because in the game, every time you make a check, you have to make a decision, which is maybe I skipped it. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. Which is choosing your action die. Humans roll a D8, monsters use a D20. Wilders can use both. This is actually what I was looking for. Okay. You roll D6 to determine if you succeed, but you roll your action die to determine how effective that tech action was. Or if it's a combat, how much damage you did. Okay. Humans always use a D8. Monsters always use a D20. Wilders, that's your PC, are both human and monstrous, and they can switch between the dice sizes. If you rely on your human strength, you focus up. You add a D8 to your dice pool. This option is consistent and reliable. Alternatively, embrace the monster, go wild. Choose one of your monstrous traits, describe how it helps you. Then remove one of your D6 dice from the pool and add a D20. This is risky, but it could make your action an order of magnitude more effective. So to be clear, the pool of D6s is used to determine if you hit or if you succeed. And then the D8 or the D20 is used to determine how effective, if you succeeded, that was. So this game already has this idea of you're either kind of relying on your humanity and you're relying on your human strengths, or you're relying on your monstrous traits. So I have this kind of vague notion, right, that like maybe humanity is kind of represented by your techniques, and like your monstrosity, maybe your techniques, maybe your skills. I'm not sure. Monsters do have skills too, so that might not be a good one. But and then monstrosity is sort of related by your traits. And so there's this kind of like yin yang, you know? So King Hodop wants to know, what would be the benefit to being human? Well, none. You can't be a human. Every character in this game is a wilder. This is kind of a way that we can kind of restrict potentially how many character, techniques. Yeah. So like a human, the more human you are, the more you sort of rely on your training and your techniques. And then the more monstrous you are, the more traits and the like that you can acquire. Something like that. I don't know exactly. This is some area of the design where I have to kind of figure it out. But I like that. I like that there's this interesting, sort of choice. There are no classes, King Hodop. So there are no class abilities and there are no class features. So there you go. There's nothing you have to worry about. Traits are like your ability scores, yes, but calling them ability scores isn't quite right, because the reason why is because King Hodop is because you don't gain them automatically. In theory, in the Wilderfeast game, you could play the game for 150 sessions and you would only ever have the 2 weapon abilities that you started the game with. In Wilderfeast, you have to deliberately choose during downtime, rules as written, to train your weapon and to gain new techniques. So the number of weapon abilities your character has is actually, I'm saying that being more human would allow you to equip more of those techniques if you wanted them. So again, think of them like 5th edition. Think of them like attunement slots, right? So if your character was more human, they might be able to have a bunch of technique slots that they could fill and use. And they might have less slots available for monster traits. And then, vice versa if your character was a different way. Right? And then, of course, obviously in the middle, you might get kind of the best of both worlds, right? In fact, maybe like, for example, this is me doing what I call a meta mechanical play pattern enforcement. So let's just imagine that, So let's imagine that if your character was full humanity, okay, you would get 8 technique slots and 3 monstrous slots. Now let's swap it. Let's say your character was full monstrous. They would have 8 monstrous trait slots and only 3 technique slots. So basically 11. But if your character is in the middle, maybe you get 6 and 6, which means that you actually get 12 slots available to you if you find the balance. Because for me, there's a meta concept on top of the meta concept. Your character is quite literally split between humanity and monsters, right? You're a human who is becoming more monstrous by eating monsters. But also your role, you aren't a psycho-eco-terrorist druid. Your character is the bridge. Like, yes, you are there to protect monsters, but you're also there to protect humans. And so your role, I think that the challenge is, can you find a way to both be a guardian and steward of the wild, but at the same time, understand that humanity has to exist too, right? Like, the classic example is like, there's a human village and they need more farmland so that they can live and they can grow and they can thrive. There's a nearby forest. The humans want to cut the forest down so that they could grow their farmland so they can feed their people. But that forest is the home of monsters. And, the classic D&D druid thing would be say, no, humans are bad. Monsters, the nature is cool. Fanghorn forest, like nothing, nature wins all the time. And that's a very one-dimensional way of looking at the problem. Meanwhile, the other way of looking at it is, progress overall, humanity has a right to live, manifest destiny, cut the forest down. This, by the way, was the classic dilemma of Northern Reaches Season 1, which was the Lumberjacks versus the Jagged Pine Pact. And quite frankly, we literally had this forest that was next to the city, and there were 2 opposing clocks. One was protect the forest and everybody gets druid powers, or destroy the forest so that humanity can use its resources and the town levels up and everybody gets better items and better magic items and better magic item market and the whole thing. And there were 2 groups of people, and that's because everybody was entrenched, right? Everybody was far left or far right. And I think, like Avatar Legends, there's this idea that the Wilder isn't supposed to be super pro-human, and they're not supposed to be super pro-nature. They, I think, if they can find a middle way, that is sort of ideal, where they can be like, is there a compromise? Can we figure out a way for both of these communities of monsters and humans to live and coexist and be together, So that I just really like that mechanic, and I can't help but, again, I love sort of these meta-narrative mechanics, right? Where it's not like it's a story arc. It's just that the mechanics of the game push you into these interesting situations. And I think it would be really, really cool we've talked about like options and different things that characters could become. Yeah, maybe if a character, as part of a PC's natural evolution, maybe if they became too monstrous, maybe with the PC's, permission, I would never do this as a gotcha, but maybe, their character, succumbs to the monstrosity and they lose their characters, tie to humanity and they become an NPC or they become a monster even, I think that'd be pretty cool. So, that is something that is obviously not a part of the core game that I would want to look at because I think it's interesting. And again, Derek is very guilty of choosing things that are interesting, but not fun. Unfortunately. And Mark Rosewater says I shouldn't do that, but that is the nature of my design. I've accepted it. When I do game design or the game design elements that I am intrigued by, typically are interesting, but they're not fun. Fun is power tech. Fun is the lucky feat. Fun is, critting with a magus, or with a spell gun, and doing 195 damage or whatever like that. That I don't care about. I just don't care about it. I don't care about it at all. Ever. And so, yeah, a lot of times when I put stuff into a game, I think it makes it really interesting. And most people find it just to be very tedious and not fun. So that is the curse of my design. But that's the beauty of this mega game is I'm not trying to appease anyone or trying to upset anybody. Pumpkin says, druids are boring in D&D. Having to maintain balance is way more interesting. Yes, I tend to agree. Although, like, the original druid had to be neutral. And so there was, I don't remember how the original druid was exactly written, but maybe the original druid was even a little bit more supposed to be like this voice of neutrality. But I still think they were, like, pro the forest, pro woods. I don't know that GIF, but do I find them mechanically interesting? Interesting. That's a great question. I'm at the part of my life where, like, mechanical builds to go burr and do a bunch of damage, I don't really necessarily find those interesting. What I find interesting are mechanics that lead to interesting play patterns or game decisions, usually that don't rely on or involve combat. So things like Avatar's principal track, or things like Torchbearer's nature system. That's very mechanical, but it creates this mechanically reinforced, very interesting decision points for how your character acts and the rewards and the consequences for your character's actions as you play the game. That I find to be very, very interesting. But like the mechanical build so that, if I take this feat and I'm cross multiply it by this feat, I can smite 3 times in a round after I action surge, and each one of them is a spell, and I can convert my sorcerer spell slots into smites, and then each one, that honestly, it's really never been interesting to me, but it definitely is not interesting to me now. Now, again, for some people, it is. I mean, they want to, that's why they play, video games and all that stuff. It's just not my thing exactly. Mechanically, what is there other than that combat in D&D, basically? Well, nothing that you can really interact with in a particularly rewarding mechanical way. No, not really. Not much of anything. Well, definitely not skills. No, that's it. Yeah, Wild Shape, I think, is a little bit more interesting. But again, Wild Shape is for free. That's the problem. That's actually what it really comes down to. A lot of times for things to be interesting, there has to be a cost. Part of the problem with like wild shape, what's the cost of wild shape? There is no cost of wild shape. Now, imagine that a druid can wild shape as often as they want to. But every time a druid wild shapes, they lose more touch with their humanity, right? They become... Yes, wild shape costs wild shape slots, the same way that spells cost spell slots. But they're infinite, and they don't cost you anything, and there's no price to be paid or anything like that. They just come in, and they're free, and you sleep, and you get more of them, right? Like, there's no real drawback. But, like, the idea of a druid who... Oh, you're being silly. Okay. Well, but the idea of a druid who wild shapes a lot, losing touch of their humanity, I feel like that's way more interesting, perhaps. Or to that nature or something like that. Even like, in old school D&D, this is like a little known rules interaction. When I say old school D&D, I mean D&D up until 1999, because in 2000, third edition came out. In AD&D second edition and in AD&D first edition, the spell haste was very powerful, as it has often been throughout the course of D&D's life. And haste was a third level spell, again, much as it has always been. Even nowadays, it's third level. And what it did was the following: it when this spell is cast, it's an AoE. Each affected creature functions at double its normal movement, so you double your movement, and you double your attacks. Remember, this is second edition D&D, where your character might make 2 or 3 or 4 attacks around, so you double them. Additionally, your character gets an initiative bonus and all this other stuff. However, additionally, this spell ages the recipient 1 year. Right. So there is if you're a human or a halfling or a half orc, there was sort of a there was definite cap on the number of times that you could be hasted. And of course, obviously, if you're an elf, not as much. But here's the deal. Constitution had this rule called system shock. And system shock is the percentage chance that you have to survive any magical effects that radically reshape or age your body, such as petrification, reversing petrification, polymorphing, magical aging, and the like. This meant that when you got hasted, if your character's constitution was, say, a 10, you had a 30% chance of dying from the haste spell. And if you didn't die, you still aged a year. Because a constitution of 10 meant that your system shock was 70%. So you passed on a 70 or lower. So you failed on a 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, all the way up to 100. So that means that, yes, haste was broken and it was really powerful. And you got it from a spell slot. And just like in normal D&D today, wizard spell slots were free. They didn't cost you money. They didn't upset the balance of the universe. It wasn't like Earthsea. You could just cast these spells essentially forever. But if you just cast haste every fucking fight, you were eventually going to kill some people. And depending on what your race was, you might just die of old age. So, yeah. So I think that, again, is that fun? No, it's probably not fun. But is it interesting? I think so. And, do I like it because it's interesting? Yes. Yes, I do. Oh, look at this. Part of my book is falling apart. Great. I mean, I guess it is like almost 40 years old or whatever, 35 years old. Ugh. So, yeah. I can't remember what I was even talking about. Oh, I was just talking about resources and the cost. So, yeah, I like, well, right. Yeah, I need to make games for people who find interesting mechanics fun. So one of the things that we've discussed, we've used this term before, Shazbot. I said, let's distinguish fun versus interesting. Is not the same as enjoying. So as an example, I enjoy interesting things. I do not enjoy fun. And it might seem kind of stupid, but Mark Rosewater actually has a definition of fun and interesting. Fun is an emotional response. Interesting is a mental response. So, what kind of stimulation do you enjoy? Right? Do you enjoy these sort of emotional moments? And by that, obviously fun, meaning like fun as an emotional moment, meaning like big surprises, thrilling moments. Oh my God, it's Christmas morning, right? These very, very emotional, type of, you feel it in your heart. Interesting is more cerebral, right? Interesting is more of like, I'm not having like you're like, wow, what a cool thing to puzzle. What a thing to figure out, Like no one would, like a fireworks display is fun. A Sudoku puzzle is interesting. You might enjoy doing Sudokus. You may not enjoy firework displays, but no one would say that a firework display is designed to be interesting, and nobody would say that a Sudoku puzzle is designed to be, fun. No, it's interesting, and you enjoy that. So that's one of the things that I think is the case. And again, it's Sudoku, whatever. Sure. The grid number game. But like the other thing is, there is something to be said. I don't know that this is 100% true, but I tend to believe that this is the case. In TTRPGs, at least. Interesting tends to be correlated. Okay, it could be causal. But it's definitely correlated with complexity. And fun tends to be correlated with non-complexity. Okay. Shadow Dark, Dragonbane, right? Not particularly complex games. I've said many times that I love BX D&D, right? What now people call OSE or whatever, Shadow Dark. I find them to be very fun. But after a number of sessions, 3, 4, 5, 6 sessions, I lose my interest, which means I lose my enjoyment. Because for me, the driver of enjoyment is interest. And for good or for bad, the way that we create interest is with complexity. Now, this is where we get into the elegance. But here's the problem, though. I don't like complexity. Or I certainly don't like needless complexity, right? And Vin made this example of like, I like games to be a certain level of complexity. I think it's just that we have such a mental model that interesting and complexity are kind of one and the same, right? If you could create a really interesting game that wasn't that complex, I firmly believe that you would rather play that. You know, I don't know there. I could be wrong. There's always someone. I don't know that there's anybody who enjoys complexity for its own sake. Now, Vin and Tundalis, I believe, did say that they did. You know. Good word. Good word, Dice. Sophistication. That's a great word to use to speak of that kind of overlap, that synergy. I like that. I like that word a lot. I'm gonna have to put that one in my head. That's not a word I've used before, and I really like sophistication from this perspective. Pumpkin, you know, so it's exactly right. I love a Reiner Knizia game. I love Uwe Rosenberg games. Now, if you've never heard of Uwe Rosenberg, you've probably heard of some of his games. Games like Agricola, games like Le Havre, games like Ora et Labora, games like At the Gates of Loyang, games like Caverna, games like Feast for Odin. These games are known to be extremely complex games with a lot of different pieces and managing your farm and managing your people and gotta feed your family and grow the farm and herd the cattle and dig out the mine and get a point engine generation going on while you're trying not to starve. Very, very interesting games, but they are very complex. Now, Knizia games probably aren't as interesting, but they are like an order of magnitude less complex. Reiner Knizia is able to get extremely complex, deep gameplay out of a relatively small, manageable set of rules and mechanics that don't involve a lot of what I will call bespoke mechanics. My ex-girlfriend, who is really into board games, used to basically say she wouldn't play games that you had to read the game while you're playing it. What she means is every card does something unique, right? Basically, Magic the Gathering was literally the worst game in the world for her. But there's a lot of games I have, a lot of Uwe Rosenberg games, where like every tile in the game it's its own thing. It's got its own effect. There's text on it. There's symbols on it. Everything does its own thing. She hated that. This is the feat problem, right? Every feat is its own unique bit of rules text. And so you create a relatively simple game. You know, roll D20, get high, add your bonuses. I mean, it's a very simple game, right? But then you fill it with all of these little complications, these little rules, nuances, because every feat is a packet of new rules. And you could argue that the rules for Pathfinder 2 are, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 pages long. But then here's 500 pages of spells and feats and all of these additional levels of complication. Anyways, Knizia is really good at avoiding that. Most Knizia games do not involve a bunch of cards, and each card is different, and each card has its own text, and each card has its unique. No, most of the time in Knizia games, most of the pieces are fairly universal. Their interactions are defined well in the rules, but that interaction is interesting enough that you get good, deep gameplay. Now, Shazbot brings up another great point. Interest and complexity are usually hand in hand with time. And time is the speed to interact with it is a huge deal for a lot of reasons. Now, even in a board game, I have played with people who make me want to kill myself and pull my hair out because they have such analysis paralysis that they can't take their turn, and it drives me crazy. But there's a certain element of a board game. It's competitive in theory. I might beat them anyways. You're just kind of sitting around. The only thing you're doing is playing the board game. RPGs have this additional problem of it's also supposed to be, exciting, a story, pacing, right? And so when you increase complexity and therefore you increase the time to interact with those mechanics, you're also potentially, putting this extra burden of slowing the game the fuck down, and you lose a lot of the cinematic element of the game, which for a lot of people is a big deal. So it is there's no easy answer, which is also why every time I sit down to design something, I get stuck in this infinite loop, because I go, all right, I want my game to be enjoyable. Well, I enjoy things that are interesting. Well, that means I need to make them complex. But if I make them complex, then the game isn't fun. And if the game isn't fun, people won't play it. And if people don't play it, then what am I even designing the game for? Et cetera, et cetera. And Mark Rosewater says you should design, don't confuse fun with interesting, make your game to be fun. Because Mark Rosewater, social media exists, if you were aware of this. Mark Rosewater is very aware that people have a much stronger response to emotional things than they do mental things, right? You get a lot further by engaging people with clickbait and identity politics and all that stuff than you do by trying to provoke them with a very thought-provoking and interesting conversation that's well researched and well founded, right? You get a lot better by being like, oh my God, all these people, all these protesters at against ICE are domestic terrorists. They all deserve to be, thrown in jail, right? Instead of having like a conversation about the role of immigration in this country and the importance of it, instead we switch to Gestapo tactics and crazy villainization of both sides. Although in this case, one side is more than another. But then but then who are you making your game for? The Johnnies or the Timmies? That's where you need to start when you start thinking about complexity. That's a good point, Shazbot. No, I would argue that Mark Rosewater would say you should have parts of your game that are designed for everybody. That way you can actually make money and sell your game. And certainly Magic the Gathering falls under that, that bucket. Now, back to Wilderfeast. This does create, though, a little bit of a hiccup. This is the main hiccup that I'm going to try to work through. Now, the good news is I am home. That's white. There we go. I am home like all of Feb. So I'm hoping that in February, I can actually get a bunch of stuff done, because I don't have to start traveling again until March, when I go to GaryCon and also possibly PAX East in Boston. So March is when I start traveling again. And then as we get out of March, there's going to be, I'm going to have Origins in June, which we're running NightCon Session 0 at. So it's going to be extra work there. Now, that's true, Karama, because Mark Rosewater also says that you should not try to make your game a 7 out of 10. He says you should make your game at a 10 out of 10 for some people and a 0 or a 1 out of 10 for the other people, right? And that trying to, you would think from a sheer statistical standpoint that you should go with a 7 out of 10, but that is not the case. And this is what the Net Promoter Score, if you're aware of what NPS is, they ask you to rate from 0 to 10, how likely are you to recommend this product, service, whatever company to a friend or family member. And the way that they actually score this this metric is a 0 through 6 is -1, a 7 or 8 is a 0, and a 9 or a 10 is a +1. That's actually how they score Net Promoter Score. So, like, if somebody says, "Oh, it's a 7, it's an 8," the algorithm treats that as a 0. They're basically saying, "Yeah, you don't hate it, but you don't like it. You don't love it." The only people that will actually go out and be a promoter of your game are people who love it. A 9 or a 10. And the only reason they extend it to 9 is because there's always people who won't give a 10 because they go, "Well, there's that one thing I don't like." So this is the standard algorithm for Net Promoter Score, by the way. So the one thing that I want to figure out, Yes, I mean this is true. At least a 0 might be more memorable for how horrible it was. This is true. I am curious though. I mean, obviously it depends on, a lot of different circumstances. But like in the game of Wilderfeast, let's say that your style was a 3. So you get to roll 3 6-sided dice. And remember, you need one or more to be 5 or higher in order to get a success. But if you go as a human, right, you're going to add a D8 as your action die. This is your action die. If you decide to go wild, you will roll 2d6. And remember, you still need a 5 or higher on at least one of them. But your action die is a d20. I am curious how many, again, there's going to be reasons for one and reasons for others, and it's going to probably vary from moment to moment and from option to option. But what kind of test are you making? Are you focusing up, or are you going wild? All right, poll might be up. I don't know what happened to my poll. Did I delete it? No, it's right there. There you go. Now remember, when you go wild, you lose one of your D6s. And then, by the way, for purposes of this, for purposes of what does that D8 versus that D20 mean? Well, when we're talking about damage, that's literally how much damage you do. But here is what the result of that D8 or D20 is. If you get a 1, 2, or 3, remember, you have to roll at least a 5+ on the D6s first. If you get a 1, 2, 3, or 4, you get a partial success. If you get a 5, 6, or 7, you get a standard success. And if you get an 8 or more, you get a critical success. So obviously, if you're rolling a D8, you only get a critical success on an 8. If you roll the D20, you get a critical success on an 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20. So, now, this is the reason why this is an interesting vote, is because of this. There is a mechanic in this game. It is a group resource, okay, called harmony. And the way that the normal game works is this harmony is something that travels with your party, which the game calls your pack, okay? And the whole party uses the same pool of harmony. If you go wild and fail, which is more likely to happen because you're rolling less D6s, then your pack, your party, loses a point of harmony, in addition to any other consequences. Harmony represents your relationship with the natural world. And when you're not in sync with the monstrous side, you strain that relationship. This is the one main problem that I have with the game, because the pack is going to change from session to session to session in a mega game. And so there is no such thing as the party's harmony. So I do need to figure out how to make sense of this and how to track this and basically what to do with this. Now, Shazbot, we talked about doing region-based harmony. We did, for sure. But I also want to make, so this is where that track comes in, King Hodop. I actually want to do both of these. I want harmony to be regional, but I do want there to be this concept of your character's personal connection. Because in a mega game, it kind of sounds fucked up. But in a normal game of role-playing games, it's about the party. But in a mega game, it's not about the party because the party doesn't exist. Instead, it's about the world, and it's about you as an individual. So, the party, the idea of the party disappears in a mega game. And instead, we have to focus on the world, and we have to focus on the world, and we have to focus on the individual. And yes, people will game the harmony, play it too safe. I mean, there's definitely, there's a car op consideration to make as well, for sure. You know what, Shazbot? Normally in a mega game, you would be correct. I am worried about, other players getting upset because somebody else did something bad. I'm less worried about that here because, quite frankly, the type of people who are going to play this game are people who are sort of buying in to that idea. But that's also, Shazbot, why I want there to be that personal difference and figure out a way to sort of meld or manage sort of your individual relationship with, the natural world and with the monsters, but also with, a region's, like, are you doing a good job and are you promoting it towards a healthy, future balance with, humanity and nature. Now, the fact that it's 5-5 suggests that this might actually be really interesting because it means that everybody is like, well, no, it's kind of split down the line. I mean, I will say that if you do a mighty strike, if you do a mighty strike in if you do a mighty strike, you do 2 times your action die damage. So your option is either to do 2d8 or, if you go wild, to do 2d20. That's going to be mighty tempting to do 2d20 damage. I mean, that's a lot of damage, folks. I mean, let's just call it what it is. What I love about the 2d20, by the way, is, that you get this, you could have an absurdly bad roll. Yeah, exactly. You could do between 2 and 40, which is awesome. But when you consider, right, that the average amount of damage is going to be 21, versus if you do 2d8 points of damage, the average is going to be 9. So, it's a pretty big difference. 100% Pumpkin. Yeah, car operas can't resist the temptations of that kind of damage. I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. As a side note, oh no, it's even more swingy than we thought. I'm 99% sure it is not 2d20. I think it's d20 times 2. Oh, that's even more brutal. Fuck your bell curve. I'm like 99% sure. I think you don't roll 2d20. I think it is literally doubled. I don't remember where I read that, but I'd have to go and find it again. Here we go. Let's see. see here. Double. Yeah, I don't remember where I read that. Mighty Strike. Yeah. There it is. It's your action die result times 2. I just found it. Yeah, it's times 2. Shazbot says, how can you resist the call of D20 times 2 damage? Now, I should point out that if you do a mighty attack and you fail, which is more likely because you are getting rid of one of your dice, you become exposed. And if you don't think that being exposed can be that bad, if your character becomes exposed, you take double damage. Full stop. You just take double damage. It ends if your character is able to brace or if you take damage. Once you take damage, you are no longer exposed. If you can manage to become hidden while you're exposed, you don't become hidden, but you cancel out your exposed. Shazbot says, I'm already at 1 hit point, so it doesn't matter. You know what, Shazbot? Then I respect the shit out of it. That's fantastic. So, and by the way, it gets even better because every creature, humans, monsters, and wilders, that's the PCs, everybody gets grit, which you can burn one of your successes, extra successes, and increase your action die by 1. It can even go above what the action die can go to. So that means, in theory, if you roll your pool of D6s and you got like 4 successes, well, you'd spend one of those successes to hit, and then you could spend those other 3 successes to turn the 20 that you rolled on your D20 for damage into a 23, then multiply it by 2 and actually deal 46 damage. But, yeah, you know, who's counting? Can you expose monsters? You absolutely can expose monsters, Cinnabos. You absolutely can expose monsters. In fact, one could argue that you would be very much encouraged to do so. They do have a thing about math that a double-double is a triple, I think. But other than that, yeah, you can definitely expose monsters. Something about the rules of math. I don't remember where that was. Yeah, I don't remember what it was. But yes, you can double. So anyways, very, very cool stuff. But yeah, I want to, but how do I get to, well, you got to double. You got to double, you got to figure out some way to double. I mean, there might be, who knows, fuck knows. I don't know. Maybe there's some crazy thing that you can do. The issue, if you want to call it that, is that in the game, you have this harmony, right? And harmony is this meta currency that is tracked by the pack. It represents your relationship with the natural world, including your pack mates, who, after all, are part of the natural world. Harmony is a resource shared by the entire pack. So, for starters, that has 2 problems. Problem number 1 is that we don't have a pack, right? The pack is going to change from session to session. So that's problem number one. Problem number two, realistic problem, unfortunately, is, if you do have a party resource that is shared, when you're playing with the same party members who are presumably all quote unquote, your friends or whatever like that, you might be a little bit more magnanimous about sharing the resource. But in a mega game where it's more pickup and you might have random people that you're playing with, it's a little bit trickier, because now suddenly you're like, well, am I spending this? Oh, I'll spend it. And someone else is like, I don't feel right spending it. And it could lead to some power equity imbalances. But the pack loses a harmony every time you go wild and fail. This type of failure represents a rift between your human side and your monstrous side. Perhaps you ignored your monstrous instincts, or perhaps you gave in to them without thinking. The more these failures accumulate, the more you, a human with inhuman mutations, feel like a stranger within your own body. If harmony decreases and it's at 0, it remains at 0, and instead, the wilder who caused harmony to decrease becomes discordant. Discordant is a condition, which is your thoughts and your instinct are in conflict. You have disadvantage on all tests. Disadvantage means you now need a 6 on the D6s in order to get a success. Additionally, the pack loses 1 harmony every time you help a packmate and they fail. So this game has a built-in cost for helping, so you don't just help spam like in 5e or PF2. This represents some discord or miscommunication between the two of you. As when you go wild and fail, if harmony decreases while it's at 0, it remains at 0, and the wilder who caused it to decrease becomes discordant. This is cumulative, so if you help a packmate who goes wild and they fail, the pack loses 2 harmony. Now, I'm going to take a step back here and criticize this a little bit, because harmony as a mechanic is used by the monsters in a region. If the pack has a high harmony, sometimes the monsters become stronger. I have a hard time separating hey, we have this harmony with myself and the rift between my human side and my monster side versus the harmony between me and my packmates versus the sort of state of natural balance in this ecosystem. And the idea that because my party and I aren't working well together because I helped somebody and they failed a check, I like that there's some sort of cost there and some sort of meta currency shift, but I feel like those are separate concepts and separate ideas. Now, I get what they're trying to do here. What are they trying to do? They're trying to represent ecosystem harmony, intra-party harmony, and interpersonal, or I should say, self-harmony between your idea of yourself as a human and yourself as a monster. So it's self-harmony, party harmony, and ecosystem harmony. They're trying to represent all 3 of these concepts with 1 number. And why are they doing that? Because they want to spare the complexity. Fair. But number 1, I don't know if I love it. But number 2, more importantly, when we don't have the idea of a consistent pack that persists from session to session, as we won't in a mega game, then I think that, that loses a lot of its allure, because you can't have, if a region has a harmony, it doesn't really make sense if one pack goes in there and spends it all and they squabble about, and now what? The entire ecosystem is in fucking chaos, and then another group comes in separately and their harmony is at 0. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So this is the one thing that I really need to kind of address and figure out. I will say, from a structural standpoint, I want there to be an idea of how in balance, how in harmony is this region, okay? If, one of the regions that we talked about when we were doing our regional, right? We talked about this idea of there's a volcanic mountain range, and there's a river that carries down the rich volcanic ash, and the name of the river is the Ember Wash. And we had the Ember Wash Lowlands. So this is like our starting region. Okay, I like the idea that we can represent, visible to all of the players in the game, like the 30 players that are playing the game. This is how in harmony, how in balance the Ember Wash Lowlands, how strong and thriving and vibrant the communities within the Ember Wash Lowlands are. And we can represent that with a number. And that number can have a mechanical effect of some kind when you play and go into that region. I like that idea. And that the actions that you take as a group in the Ember Wash Lowlands when you have a session, this gets to something that I don't even know if I want to get into, because it really won't make sense to anybody except for people who GM'd like Northern Reaches games. I don't even know how many people we have here who played Northern Reaches games, but I like the idea that if the group goes in and they do something that, helps out the harmony of this space, that the harmony goes up. And that if they do something that disrupts the harmony, or maybe they fail, or they're unable to succeed, that the harmony of this region might go down, which I think is really cool. So that is a cool idea for me. Now, there's also a little bit of a weird kind of cool self-correcting bonus thing. There's a lot of, so the game uses this terminology to represent the size of the action die, right? Like the D8 or the D20. But it also uses this terminology to be like the harmony of the party. There's a lot of monster abilities that are tied to the harmony, which means as the harmony of a region goes up, the monsters get more powerful, right? And so there's kind of a cool effect here, because there's going to be a natural, I encourage it. The game is about building harmony between the monsters and the humans who live in the land, and finding a way for everyone to peacefully coexist. And Wilders, the PCs, are not only are they metaphorically the bridge, they are physically the bridge between monsters and humans. So there's absolutely a natural desire for for players to want to be like, I want to get the harmony as high as possible. But what's cool about this is it means that as players keep adventuring in the Ember Wash Lowlands and they keep raising the harmony through their heroic actions, technically things will get tougher because the harmony will go up and the monsters will be stronger, more empowered, more vibrant, more whatever. Conversely, if the Ember Wash Lowlands is in trouble and harmony is going down, then the monsters will be a little bit easier. And so it's kind of a self-correcting behavior. It kind of makes things tougher when you're getting close to winning, and it makes things a little bit easier, kind of spots you a little bit when you're getting close. Well, no, see, Keith, the reason why you think it would be opposite is because you're envisioning monsters as being bad, and they're not. The idea of this game is that monsters are part of nature. They are just as essential to the harmony and the well-being and the health of an ecosystem as anything else. And so that's part of the, I think that's a really cool point that you bring up, because it's really highlighting one of the things that this game is trying to, I think, to talk about, which is that, monsters aren't necessarily the bad guys. We think about monsters as being evil and destructive, and this game kind of says, no, not necessarily. Now, that doesn't mean that sometimes they don't need to get, Now, Keith, you're absolutely right. Better to not raise harmony. You are correct. You are correct. Except, Keith, that's like sitting down to play a D&D game and being like, well, better to not rescue the princess. Better to not, save the prince. Yes, it would be safer and easier for your characters to stay home and not do that. Right. The whole idea is that your goal as a party or as a person or as a community is to raise the harmony. That's how you win, if there is such a thing. What do you mean by bad? Bad has a lot of connotations there, so. And in fact, the game starts off by saying there are three monsters. There's three types of monsters in the land. Monsters, in their infinite variety, roam the one land. Some are tall-necked and implacable, and they stride through deserts, each titanic footprint swarming with opportunists where the rain falls at last. Others slither through swamps, spitting fire and flaring their ruffs. Monsters, dressed in finery, rule the one land. Councils partition the horizon with cold eyes, abacuses clicking as they calculate yields of grain and meat. The trains haul away hundreds of prisoners for the distant giants to eat alive. Monsters, freakish and grotesque, protect the one land as the wilders do so. So the idea is that like there's monsters, but then there's also like monsters, right? Like these, cool, calculating things in that respect. Oh, sure. Yeah, rules are cool. We could obviously, yeah, like if a harmony gets to a certain level, that could be something that is unlocks or something like that, But yeah, so to answer your question, now, Keith, this game is smart in that way because the monsters are actually, really nice in kind of a way. They're kind of like, they're a little, extreme. Like this is a cloud collar. It's kind of a dinosaur Paleozoic looking creature. The brilliant part of this game is this game introduces the idea of what's called the frenzy with capital F. And the frenzy is a curse virus that spreads into monsters and it turns them into, rampaging, problematic, evil, horrible beasts. So the game does give you this kind of get out of jail free card. So that way you can go, kill monsters and not necessarily feel bad about it. So definitely killing monsters that have frenzy is considered to be a good thing. But that's not bad, Stenabas. I mean, more harmony, more area. I mean, I like that. Again, there's a lot of different ways that we could do it. We do obviously want to mechanically express it. But I also want there to be some personal effect. Yeah, basically the plot of Monster Hunter Wilds. Yes, I mean, this game wears its inspirations, proudly, on its chest. So that's the one thing though that, like I said, I need to, kind of figure out is exactly what I'm going to do with harmony, because right now harmony is this kind of, it's this group resource that you spend, and if you run out, your character can become sort of discordant and, and kind of messed up, or you get disadvantaged to all of your different things. I want it to be a little bit more, nuanced than that. Yes, I should also point that out, right? Like the way that the game works is that, oftentimes, you will go on a hunt and you will try to, find the monster, and then you find it and you fight it. And when you fight the creature and you wound it, it may very well run away. And then you have to re-enter the hunt to keep, trying to hunt the monster down. One of the things that I'm really interested in looking forward to seeing how we can structure this from the play pattern is I like the idea that group one, let's say, I don't know, Cinnabos, Hodop, and Pumpkin they play on Tuesday, and there's this problematic monster who has, you know, the frenzy, capital F, so they're bad news. The group hunts it, they find it, they fight it, they wound it, it runs away, they try to hunt it again, and they're unable to find it again, and their session ends. But now that monster is out there at wounded 1. And we have some sort of time-based mechanic, like at the end of the week or something like that. The monster will recover or something. And so now there's sort of this impetus for another group to maybe get out there and track down the monster. And one of the reasons why I'm going to probably end up zone locking GMs is because I want there to sort of be a master. Remember, a region is comprised of interlinked areas. I want there to sort of be a master map, and, you know, the GMs of the Emberwash Lowlands, they know that that monster is right there. And so those players can be like, yeah, we were tracking him. We think he's, you know, somewhere in here. And, you know, somebody should go hunt that monster down, because if we don't hunt it down before the end of the week, it's going to, you know, heal, and our fight won't have been, you know, will have been for nothing. So I like maybe potentially. Now, this might not be true for every monster, but for a particular, maybe for a tougher monster, you know, the game has 4 categories of monster. There's young, adult, elder, and apex. And, you know, I almost see this as a kind of almost of a raid type monster. And that might not even necessarily mean like 12 players fight it at once. I mean that it might take several groups over several sessions chasing this monster down, engaging with it, fighting it, wounding it, running away. You know, the monster escapes, and then another group has to keep pursuing it. And it might take days of hunting the monster down before it finally falls, you know? So, but, you know, certainly maybe not a young monster, but like an adult monster or an elder monster, I could see potentially requiring many, you know, multiple interactions with, you know, because again, players can get messed up. Players can oftentimes be forced to want to run away. The game is pretty generous about players running away as well, because they might be like, look, we need to heal, we need to repair, we can't keep this fight up without suffering potentially, you know, very damaging conditions. So I'm hoping that can create a really interesting, you know, type of situation. My party does like fighting, so I guess this would go over. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's, I can't say that the game is for everybody, but I mean, I do think there's some interesting thing there. You're wrong. If we were in the party, we wouldn't fail to hunt the monster again. Well, that is true, Hodop. There also is an issue of time. You know, a session might only be, one of the things I'm hoping to do with, you know, this Wilderfeast mega game is to really allow 1 to 2 hour sessions to be run, where, you know, yes, in a 1 hour session or maybe even a 2 hour session, it's probably not very likely that you will be able to hunt down a monster, engage it, fight it several times, and kill it. It might take more than that, but you can definitely get progress. You can get progress of your deeds. You can get progress of finding the monster. You might get progress with engaging the monster and wounding the monster. I mean, again, going back to what we were talking about the effects, you know, that cloud collar that we were looking at before, you know, your group might engage it. Now, most monsters, let's see if this monster is the same here. Most monsters have 30 stamina. But, you know, for our purposes here, we'll say that this monster's elder. They have 40 stamina, and each part has +5 durability. Okay. So if this was an elder cloud collar, it has 40 stamina. And I just figured I have an eraser. It has 40 stamina, and its durability of its parts is 15, 25, and 25. So maybe your group engages it, and you manage to deal 40 damage to it, which resets, and now the creature is wounded 1. But you also, quote unquote, destroyed its collar, which is broken. And then the creature runs away, and your group isn't able to catch up with it before the session ends. Fine. But now the next group that engages it, they're going to start the fight. The creature's already wounded 1. So now it's that much closer to dying. And when they engage it, assuming it hasn't had a chance to heal up again, it won't have access to this ability. And I mean, that's kind of cool when you can have the impact from your session affect the next group, that goes in and does that thing, which I think is really cool. I also want the town players to be able to affect this hunt with their personal play actions. Now, that is an aspirational thing, Cinnabos, is that's something that I'm struggling with, because on one hand, I really liked Dragontide, but I also know that some people had some complaints and problems with it, and I want to make sure that the gameplay is interesting and impactful. But generally speaking, I do agree with you. I think that would be a cool way for people to interact and do that. Is there a bestiary? Yeah, there's a bestiary. So all these monsters are. I don't know, there's about maybe 24 in the core book. So, again, I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to solve that, harmony issue, but that is definitely something that I want to focus on and figure out so that we can have a cool situation like that and people can engage with it multiple times. What did Pumpkin say? I could see low harmony getting another carrot, but maybe that's just my sadistic nature, lol. Yeah. Well, okay. The question is, in my mind, right? This isn't Lumberjacks v. Jagged Pine Pack, where you have two extremist people. The idea here is everybody that's a PC is a Wilder, and Wilders want to maximize harmony in regions. So I do think having that one common goal allows us to still have interesting differences, Pumpkin, but avoid some of the worst drama that came from that, because I don't want to get into that tug of war situation. And it also, because you're not just PCs, right? I like games where player characters are special. In Earthdawn, you're not just some guy with a sword. You are an adept. You are special. And so in this game, you aren't just some guy or a girl with a sword. You are a Wilder. You made that decision. Now, that being said, Pumpkin, there is something in this game that does do something, but it doesn't do a lot, which is there's this idea. Now, none of this affects the game mechanically, rules as written. But when you're making your party and you're going through the character creation process, you get to your pack, okay? And it says, your pack archetype is a narrative rather than a mechanical decision. It gives your characters a common motivation, and it signals to the guide, the GM, the type of adventures that you are interested in having. And it gives some examples. Bounty packs, free packs, lore packs, oath packs, okay? Even like a junk pack, exploring ruins and defeating the monsters who live in them for ancient relics, which is kind of almost like a secondary option, which the game itself doesn't really explore, but I would love to explore in a potential future state, right? Where it's not just monster hunts anymore, but you could also introduce this idea of, kind of some dungeon crawling elements as well. One idea that I had, because we don't have a pack, right? There is no pack. But one idea I like the idea of is that your character can have like a calling or a following, and that is going to give your character unique goals, deeds that you want to pull off that might, while everybody wants to raise harmony, your character might have secondary goals that do potentially bring them into conflict, right, with other people, right? So I think that as long as that primary goal is we should all be working to increase harmony, I think we can avoid the worst of it, because I do think that most of the problems that we have when we do a mega game are when we set the groups against each other. And World of Warcraft could pull that off because World of Warcraft had thousands of players on each side and they couldn't talk to each other except to say, Kek. And the relationship was explicitly combative. You couldn't group with them. The only thing you could do was fight them if you were in a PvP area, right? It was literally almost like two completely different games happening. That is not the case in our games, right? Our games involve people having to work together and play together. And so having people in direct competition is I think, bad news. And so I want that primary goal of our primary goal as a campaign is to maximize harmony in every region. It's WoW failed there. It's basically almost always right. So even WoW couldn't do it. So when you have 40 people who have to work together, and you might be forced to play in a group with these people because there's no other games, because we only have 40 people. So there's only there's only 8 games to play in this week, and you sign up for one of the sessions and you're playing with, your sworn enemy. So having that direct competition is just not something that we could do, It might even be more doable if you had like a single GM. Like I had my Torchbearer campaigns where I had the Saturday crew and the Sunday crew were in direct competition, but they were going through me as a single point of moderation. When you have different GMs who are running games differently, it's too much of a mess. So yeah, no factions being against one another and anything like that. And one of the things that we talk about is this idea of shifting the clock to the individual in a way. So you can imagine that if your character was part of a lore pack, right? So your character, they're calling, I don't know, we could come up with different words for it, right? You're calling your your creed, I think that's what they call them in Torchbearer, right? Is your creed, your way, your calling, your path, right? So if your calling was lore, you as your PC might have a different set of secondary objectives that other player characters don't have. And that's cool because that can provide some textural differences, and what you care about might not be 100% aligned with what another character cares about. And I'm okay with that. That's fine. That's cool. But as long as we all want to maximize harmony, I think we're still going to be, in a place of strength to that end. Yeah, I try to have the icons give conflicting goals. Okay, yeah, so he spoke to the 13th Age. Oh, yeah, in 13th Age, and it flopped big. Got to try to see if it works, though. Yeah, no, I mean, that's totally respect Finian. And I even think it might be, but you might be able to pull it off in an individual campaign. But when you're talking about running this as a mega campaign where you have 30 or 40 different players who are playing underneath, a dozen or more different GMs, it's just way too hard. It's just going to create way too many difficult moments and bad, just bad touches, bad tastes. So, yeah. But I think Deeds is awesome. I want to create a way to sort of structure the harmony. I want to basically give the players, a gauntlet at the beginning of the game and say, hey, here's how you win the campaign, and, good luck, and you guys should work together, and you try to figure that out and do it the best way you can, and, have fun along the way, and hopefully create some cool elements along the way. And yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff about this game, honestly, that could work extremely well. And I think really focusing on the diegetic advancement, which the game already had, because again, if your character, if you want to gain, I don't know, some crazy trait, if you want to gain the bioluminescent ability, you need to go hunt, find, kill, cook, and eat a bioluminescent creature. And so I think that's so cool, because it means that all of your characters are not built. All of your characters are earned. And each character shows the steps that you took to get there. You didn't just pick it out of the list. You didn't level up and then just scroll down this list and pick the one that's good for your build. Right? So I think that's really cool. You may end up with traits that you didn't want or care to get, but that's what you ended up getting, because those are the monsters that you hunted. Those were the monsters that were causing problems. You don't, there's a little bit of, you don't have that full control in that respect. And I personally think that's really awesome. One of my favorite things is when you look at a character in an RPG and you go, could I go to, if the GM said, make a level 10 character, could I make that character? And if the answer is yes, I'm not interested. I know that sounds terrible, but I love characters that show the scars, both good scars and bad scars, of their progression. And so if we take skills and traits and styles and make them diegetic, which they already are in Wilderfeast, and then we add in deeds from heroic deeds, and we add those to the techniques for your weapon and your tools, yeah, I think that's amazing. So Keith, yeah, they talk about, using your traits, and they don't just have to be for combat purposes. So absolutely, Keith. I guess my main thing is I want players to fail sometimes, and I hope players really take risks and allow themselves to fail. That was my main concern. Well, yeah, I guess it just depends. There are some games that, bribe the players into failing themselves. I don't know. I guess it depends. My take on it, I could be wrong on this, but the fact that your characters can, this game has an extensive section about the players being, forced to run away. And the rules for running away. And, I think failure, my hope or my expectation is that many times when you go on a hunt, you're going to go on the hunt, and that means you have to find the creature you're hunting. And I could see a scenario where that fails, where you spend the entire session trying to find the creature and you fail. Now, given our system, that means no Wilderfeast. You're not getting some cool new camouflage ability or photosynthetic ability or bioluminescent glowing skin. But maybe you marked a few deeds. Maybe you learn more about the map. Maybe you helped a community or a village during your session. Maybe you gained information about where the monster isn't. And you can at least tell the next crew that's trying to hunt it, don't check there, we check there. Then, if you do manage to find the creature, you have to fight it. And when you fight it, you might be forced to run away, or it might run away after you hurt it. And again, after it runs away, or after you run away, you'd have to try to hunt the creature again. You might not have time in the session. So you might get to the creature, fight it, and end up getting just destroyed, running away, and calling the session calling it a day. Again, no Wilderfeast. So the only way that you can succeed is if you hunt, find, fight, kill, and eat. Essentially, kind of all in one session. That's going to be really tough. And so I think there's going to be a lot of sessions. Now, this is going to, require some personal reflection on a lot of people, but there's going to be, I think, a number of sessions, going into this with the assumption of like, oh yeah, it's going to be sick. Every time I play, I'm going to kill a monster. I don't think that's the case, unless, again, GMs are, phoning it in and not following the rules. Now, the good news is the game is kind of procedural. So there's kind of, unless the GMs are kind of cheating, there's only so much that you can do. And that's why I think the idea of, this might be an iterative process where you might have to find and fight the monster several times, and it might take several groups, and then again, you'll find out that you're going to eat it. Now, yeah, I don't want the GMs to like stall Zertram, but the game is kind of procedural. Like if your characters, if your PCs are here and you need to travel to this area here because that's where the monster is, the game has a defined set of rules that you have to, go through, and it's not to be hand waved. So, as long as the group, as long as the GM is doing what they're supposed to be doing. Now, of course, like all things, like all RPGs, the greatest strength is also its greatest weakness, which is the GM, right? Great GMs can make for a great game. Bad GMs can make for a bad GM, and we're not even talking about the other stuff, right? Which is like the ingredients and the cooking. There's a whole cooking system, and this whole jazz, Are there sub monsters that don't give abilities if eaten? No. There are not. I don't know what a sub monster is, but you mean like, is there like a deer? No, not really. Not so much. I mean, sort of yes and no. Only a frenzied monster will give you a Wilderfeast. And a Wilderfeast is what gives you permanent upgrades and traits. So that's the answer. So what's the merit for doing the work of tracking the monster, then having another party kill and eat it? Zertram, nothing. The mechanical advantage to your character is nothing. That is a decision very early on. I remember I was talking with Darth Gorlock, and we talked about that reality and that possibility, and the answer is nothing. You are helping to make the world a better place. You're doing your part, and only the group that is there for the Wilderfeast gets to eat the Wilderfeast. Now we talked about, yes, you could advance your deeds, you could help out communities, you could do all this other stuff, but because it's a diegetic game, the only people who gain the benefit are the people who eat the Wilderfeast. So the only exception to that is a PC. This is in the game. You're doing your part. There is something that the game does offer, though. A PC, now normally this wouldn't matter because in a normal game, everyone else is an NPC. But a PC can gift their share of the Wilderfeast to an NPC. Now, in our game, we don't really have NPCs. We just have PCs. So, if a player wants, they can gift their share of the Wilderfeast to a fellow player in the game. And I should note that there might be some reasons for this. For example, sometimes you realize you've eaten your fill. Especially as wilders grow older and more experienced, they tend to be more selective about the mutations they acquire. If you have a limited number of slots for mutations, you may not want to fill it up with a mutation that you don't want. And when they realize that the strength of a fallen monster would be better served by someone else, they can give away their portion of a Wilderfeast. Okay, either to a community in small enough servings that they have no permanent benefit, or to an individual. Okay, now one of the reasons is when you get higher level, you might literally kill a monster whose traits and abilities are lower than yours, which means that in the game you get no benefit from it. So, for example, if my styles, my ability scores, if all my styles were 3, and I ate a monster whose styles and abilities were all 2s, I literally couldn't raise my ability scores from that monster. It's weaker than me, basically. So, you might play and just to help somebody out, and you might say, I'm going to give away my portion. So there's going to be an option for you to either give it to the community, which, again, is kind of more of like a mechanical health, but I'm also going to give people an option to give it to another PC, especially as a way to maybe, if a player died or you want to help somebody out or something like that. So, I think that's, it is a build, but it's like a diegetic build. Yeah. Shazbot. I mean, that's, I'm okay with a diegetic build, So, Hodop is already getting he's already breaking this thing down from a mechanics perspective. All right. So after you finish the feast, you gain 1 serving of this ingredient, the best bit. So if the butcher took place in the feast, or if the cleaver took place in the feast, you would get a serving of ingredient, best bit. To be clear, the ingredient is a different system than the Wilderfeast. But yes, the cleaver could give away their thing, but yeah, this is for the cooking system, which we didn't really get into. That's a whole separate thing. These are all the different. These are examples of of systems. Ooh, fishball noodle soup with winter vegetables. Yum. How many tickets for someone to smurf me? Oh, that's good. So yeah, so when you eat a Wilderfeast, okay, you eat it on the spot, okay. So preparing a Wilderfeast is a process that can take hours, maybe even days. You dress and butcher the monster, purifying it of its frenzy and figure out how to cooking it. And in doing so, you learn about it. The more you know about the monster, the better informed your decision when you choose what mutations to inherit. Basically, once you kill the monster, you and your group will describe how you are preparing the Wilderfeast. How are you preparing the monster? How are you, what ingredients are you bringing in? What are you serving? Every time you answer one of these questions, you can, or every time you provide one of these details, you can ask the GM a question. How many levels does it have in a style? How many levels does it have in a skill? What is one of the monster's traits? Okay. After you've finished with this process, okay, after you eat the feast, choose a skill, a style, or a trait in which the monster has more levels than you do. You permanently gain a level in that style, skill, or trait. And you can choose the same thing as someone else. So basically, you know, you can only gain one thing from a Wilderfeast. And then, again, from a pack perspective, this is a pack thing, you restore your harmony to maximum. Remember, that's a party thing, so we have to kind of figure out what that means for the context of the game. But it's a moment of togetherness. You join together, and you basically permanently upgrade one of your, either your skills, your styles, or one of your monstrous traits. However, while you're playing, you can also acquire ingredients, capital I. The only items you track in this game are ingredients, capital I. The raw materials for meals and snacks, which are meals you cooked and saved for later. Okay? When you make a meal or a snack and you eat it, it will give you a temporary buff, usually until the next time you eat a meal. So when you acquire these ingredients, okay, you can eat them and it gives you a temporary buff until the next time you eat. But eating is the main way you heal in this game. The number of ingredients in a snack or a meal is also how many stamina, hit points it increases. So it says, select. So to make a meal, select ingredients. Only capital I ingredients have special effects. Everything else is just for flavor, like cooking, fats, grains, seasonings. The amount of stamina a meal requires is 1 stamina for each ingredient used to make it. So, for example, this is breakfast pancakes with kingflower butter. The only ingredient is a kingflower seed. And so it restores 1 stamina and it does nothing else. Okay? So this is a pretty simple / shitty little meal. In fact, it's just literally breakfast pancakes. Now, how do you get a kingflower seed? You might find it while you're foraging in the woods or finding, this isn't something that you get from a monster. Now, wingfish dumplings restores 5 stamina because it has 5 ingredients. And until the next time you eat a meal, you gain 1 temporary level of the flying trait. So if the group is going up into the mountains, you might want to prepare a meal of wingfish dumpling. However, to do that, somebody needs to have wingfish available so that you can make this meal. So now the game encourages you, and I would definitely encourage you, and in fact, I might even require it, is to make it into a fucking recipe, right? And one of the things I want to do totally separately is I want there to be on the Discord or on the web portal, if we manage to make a web page for this to help with interacting in it. Like I want there to be a recipe book, and I want to challenge people to be like, yes, I want you to make recipes, and I want you to, give me the ingredients. Oh, okay. Grind the kingflower seeds into a flour. Mix with the water to make a dough. Add moisture until it is soft but not too sticky. While the dough rests, chop up the wingfish. Cut the dough and roll it out to make dumpling wrappers. Wrap it around a dollop of the filling. Boil the dumplings. Serve with a dipping sauce. Serve the portions. This meal restores 5 stamina and grants flying to each wilder until their next meal. If any wilder has flying, they upgrade it to flying 2 until their next meal. And these are just example recipes, right? Fish ball noodle soup with winter vegetables. This is again. So, yep, exactly. So, So the ingredients that you put in mechanically determine what it does. This is very much the dungeon. This is very much the dungeon meshy portion of the game. Is that true? 100%. Now, to answer your question, King Hodop, every time a cleaver who has the best bit does a Wilderfeast, they get an ingredient called the best bit, which is basically a wild card ingredient. They can make it do anything. And so they can use it and add that to pretty much any recipe to make that recipe better. So that's what that does. That's what that best bit ingredient does, because it's basically a wild card ingredient that can basically +1 to any of the stats. I don't know, Shazbot. That could be something cool. I mean, it sounds like it's more complex, but I don't hate it. I mean, to me, this is what the game is about. I don't want to ignore this. This is what the game is about. It's about eating. It's about embracing food. It's about, wild card, bitches. Yeehaw! Exactly. I'm not trying to sugarcoat this, right? The game is about cooking. It's called Wilderfeast. The game is about the power of recipe. The game is about, I've talked at length about, I love cooking. I love baking. I like cooking. I love baking. I've talked about my experiences preparing and cooking for my friends at campsites and preparing meals while I was hiking. And it is a very meditative, almost religious experience. And so I definitely understand the power of a meal. So yeah. So you can see that this is this is a hell of a meal, by the way. This gives you 8 stamina. And until the next time you eat, you get +3 to your mighty stat. The highest your stat can get is, I think, 5. So, I mean, this literally just makes your characters just like superhumanly strong, right? Or at least for the mighty thing here. Now, to do this, though, you need to have some rather special and rare ingredients. So there's a big part of the game that can be, about finding and hunting down these ingredients. Now, as a downtime action, would Derek love for people to have, gardens where they can, grow pepper cabbages and kingflower seeds and stuff like that, Yes, absolutely. Of course. I love the idea of people having their gardens or their little farms. I mean, it's cozy core, right? It's kind of like cozy core mixed with Monster Hunter / Dungeon Meshy. So there's a lot of really cool stuff here. And again, it's about food, Absolutely. Very spiritual, and especially when it comes to sharing the meals. And again, I've told this story before, but I learned to bake when I was in college because I discovered Alton Brown, who pointed out to me that yes, cooking is chemistry, and I was studying to be a chemist, and I just fell in love with cooking, and I especially fell in love with baking. And my friends and I used to go camping. We'd go out the woods, we'd drink, we'd hang around the fire and shoot the shit. And I remember I wanted to bake bread. So I had bought a campfire oven, right? Like a Dutch oven that has the little legs. And I brought some flour and I made a very primitive bread out in the woods and kneaded it and, cooked it in a big iron pot with some coals raked from the fire. And it came out, it was this really rustic bowl and, steaming in the night air. And, it wasn't pretty, but it was bread, it was good. And, we're all a little drunk. And I remember just like passing this loaf of bread, and it felt like I'm not a religious guy, but it was like the closest thing to communion that I imagine ever expressing, or feeling, or the idea of Jesus at the Last Supper, breaking bread. Literally, we were breaking bread with each other, and for me, as the one who made that meal, it was very powerful. Yeah, I could totally see that. Is wingfish a monster? I have no idea. I have no idea. No, I don't think so. It is not, to my knowledge. Again, I think this is a part of the game that's a little undercooked. I think you just kind of have to, like, as a GM, you're supposed to just like make up ingredients or something like that. But yeah. Hell yeah. Dutch ovens are great. Yeah, I still love Alton Brown. He's got a YouTube channel now that he kind of just does like really informal, but still really good shows on, and I still love it. Shazbot says my urge to cleaver is rising. But yeah. So anyways, I think this is really cool. And would you say it's undercooked? Yes. Cinnabos, already planning on stealing the EAM tables. You are definitely on point, sir. I 100% want to steal the EAM tables. That is exactly my goal. In fact, stealing from EAM more, one of the ideas that I definitely want to have is, right, like we talked about potentially having, I think we were going to have like the Ember Wash lowlands, right? You get the river. And then we were going to have the Tangle Fens, and I think the Cinder Vale Woods. I think we're going to be the 3 starting regions that we were going to have. And we talked about how, one of the things we did in season, we used to do this in Northern Region. We don't really do this anymore. The idea of unlocking, right, new regions. But I love the idea that this has sort of its own ingredient table, right? And, so you might go to the Cindervale Woods just because you want to get cool ingredients. Oh, exactly, Pumpkin. And you Pumpkin knows, I mean, he's been a big part of our mega game experience in the beginning. That is exactly the type of thing that, and again, in a normal game, people might, complain about it because, some people were complaining about that in Dragontide. In Dragontide, we had people who were going to islands and they were just going there to be able to get, special resources. And some of the GMs were complaining. They're like, my players don't want to adventure. They just want to collect resources. But the thing is in Wilderfeast, that is the game. The game is about eating. It's about, hunting monsters and eating them. It's about finding cool food and making cool recipes. It's literally the point of the game. So I do think that's important. I guess my question is, do the monster's flesh be part of the cooking? No, Keith. The cooking / snack system is totally different from the Wilderfeast. When you kill a frenzied monster, you basically butcher, purify, and kind of essentially like eat the whole thing. For lack of a better word, so it's a totally separate thing. But yeah, I'm going to steal the EAM tables for ingredients for sure. So now there are vegan rules too. Yes, exactly. And again, as I said, the one there's a couple of things that they advise in the game, and the one thing they advise in the game is don't make it easy to restore stamina, because the way that you restore stamina, the primary way that you restore stamina is through eating meals and snacks. And so it's a big part of the game, right? But what was I going to say? Oh, one of the things that I've really wanted to do for a very long time is come up with a way, obviously, right? The process of, I think the process of hunting a monster, fighting the monster. Maybe you have to hunt the monster again, fight it again, kill it, eat it, whatever. I obviously think this benefits from having a GM. One thing that I've wanted to do for a very long time in mega games is create a GM-less play loop for either solo or co-op play. And while I would never want to use this play pattern to hunt monsters, where I really do want there to be a GM to make a lot of good, decisions and judgment calls, things like going to pick mushrooms, I would love to be able to create a way that maybe we could create a system by which people could essentially solo or even like a co-op game, and play without a GM. And again, there's going to always be certain types of games, like mostly with the monsters, that are going to need a GM. Or again, not everything. Like for example, even in the example adventure that they provide in the game, there's like a group of poachers. Now, those aren't monsters. Those are humans that are there poaching, and the group has to, deal with them and scare them off or convince them to leave. And this is all stuff that I would probably want a GM to be there for. That's what makes a GM good. But if the session is just going to be like, hey, let's wander the woods and look for rare mushrooms, I could see a GM being like, what am I even doing here? And so that's the kind of session where I wish I would love for there to be a way to empower players to do that solo or again as a co-op. And again, I'm not, there was once upon a time I was really worried about because people did cheat. People did cheat in our Northern Reaches game. We did have to kick some people out, unfortunately, enough people, 150 players, you're going to get one or two bad apples, unfortunately. Those are the ones we caught anyways. I used to worry about cheating and stuff like that. I don't, I'm getting to that point in my life where I'm like, I just don't care. And again, as long as we avoid, being stuff that, doesn't have any, if it's procedural, right? If it's procedural enough, like ideally, I don't want it to just be you rolling on some random tables. I mean, for those of you who've played a solo or GM-less game that has a co-op nature, I mean, I would challenge a group of players. Let's say 3 players went together. They go out into the woods to, forage, and the system would give them some prompts as a group. And, I would want them to have a cool moment where they talk and share and maybe make some checks and add some cool little elements of flavor and elements of their character and, turn it into an experience, not just rolling a bunch of times on a random table and calling it a day. But the good news is that by doing that, your ability to advance your deeds and obviously have a Wilderfeast would be essentially 0. So you're not really advancing your character. There's no real way to abuse it. Like, yeah, I guess maybe you could go abuse it and get a bunch of ingredients that you lied about getting. I don't know. But yeah. I don't think the monsters are entirely scripted, Keith. Like they don't literally have a script about like what they do and how they act and what they react. Have I thought about looking into all the solo board games and TTRPGs popping up for inspiration? I have. I haven't yet, but I have for sure. I mean, as with all things, the main way is how do I run this in a way that is not too complex and not a pain in the ass? Because again, asking people to fill out a couple of columns on Google Sheets usually leads to at least a handful of people complaining that the game is too complicated, that there's too much to track and all this other stuff. So I need to be, if I'm going to do something like some sort of co-op game, there needs to be an easy way to integrate it. I wonder if Derek has ever watched the Men with the Pot YouTube channel. They do a lot of outdoor cooking. Actually, it's basically all outdoor cooking. I don't think I've seen them. I mean, I watch a lot of outdoor, like Wild Boys, and there's that cowboy cooking guy. So there's a couple. Hi, Mama. Are you hungry? Is that what's going on? Is that what's going on? You gonna come up here? You gonna come up here? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, wait. She doesn't want to come up. But yeah, I don't want it to literally be solo, but I do think it would be cool for certain elements of the game to be solo. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely been a lot of innovation there. You're 100% right. For sure. John says, Doggo. Yeah, they're mad because they were supposed to get their final meal at like 10. So, and my roommate Amanda is visiting her boyfriend, so I'm home alone, so that no one fed them, so they're getting all antsy. But I would love to be able to do that, because then you could have, you could kind of literally have some cozy core characters, right? Like, you could have a character, you could play this game, and you don't hunt monsters, you farm and forage in the woods, and you cook really cool meals and hand out little snacks to the people who do. And you're doing your part to preserve the harmony of the world and increase that stuff. And especially if we use a deeds-based system, your character might even be able to get very skilled. Now, will your character take on a bunch of weird, strange mutations from monsters? No, because you're not out there killing monsters and eating the Wilderfeast. But that could be, more of your role in the game and in the community, which I think is really, really cool. So, and I think that in a mega game, I think doing cozy RPGing makes more sense. I know that sounds stupid, but like, I always think that like, I think specializing like that in a small game where you only have like 3 or 4 players, it always feels a little weird, Dr. Dehart, what if your character specializes in the trail component of the game? So that's the part where you're, tracking the monster to help find the monster. Yeah, Dr. Dehart, we would have to, that is a part of the game that technically kind of really relies a lot on the GM. But that would be kind of cool as a solo or even like a co-op group. Like your people are not hunters. Your people are, like you said, you're trackers. You don't fight the monsters, kill the monsters, But again, I mean, the idea is now these are big future expansion ideas. So number one is, and this is again for anybody who played. So number one is the game talks about, this is a post-apocalyptic world. So it's a post game after a post-apocalyptic period. So, and there is these ruins of this ancient, they were called the Green Kings. They are the ones who have your arc steel. They are the ones who created your arc steel weapons. And arc steel is like vibranium, right? It's this mythical metal that, heals or whatever. And they don't know what it is. But I love the idea of potentially introducing a totally separate, like dungeon delving set of rules. Like the game has the trail rules, which is where you're tracking a monster, and there's a procedural element to it. I love the idea of taking those rules and kind of twisting them into sort of a procedural dungeon crawler, and then you could have different types of sessions. And one could be going to hunt monsters that are out in the wild and doing the normal routine. And then there could be, that's called the journey or the trail. And then we could have a different capital D delve set of procedures that represent your characters going into these ruins of the ancient Green Kings and recovering ancient lost artifacts of arc steel and ancient technology, and kind of introduce a little bit more of like a, leaning a little bit more into the tools and the instruments. Your character emerges with, I don't know, an arc steel blender, or something like that. An arc steel refrigerator, which I think is cool. So that's number one. Number two, this is only going to make sense for people who played Northern Reaches. The game, let me see if I can find it really quick. The world of the Wilderfeast game has, I should say, this idea of these things called waygates. And these were, if you've ever read Wheel of Time, same thing, right? This is like, leading to the ways, and now they are, they are no longer functioning. They're cracked and distended. It's, kind of a horror on the other side. But Smith loved the ways. We've always loved the ways. And we introduced a mechanic like this in Northern Reaches Season 2. It's called The Ways. And the idea was that it used the Gardens of Yin, or the Stygian Library, the depth crawl mechanics, which allowed GMs to create this kind of weird, very metaphysical, dungeon-like experience, procedurally and, more importantly, on the fly. And it was really popular. Turns out it was a little broken, and people took abuse of that. But it was also very popular because GMs could just run it, and it didn't require any prep, because it was all just like rolling on tables and then kind of making sense of it. And it wasn't supposed to be like a literal dungeon. It was this weird transient realm. And the nature of this realm is actually really important and tied to this world of the one land. It's where the frenzy, they think, came from. It's where the hunger came from. And so I love the idea of introducing that back into the game, because I think it's really, it's a cool mechanic to have in the game to make it easier for people to utilize. And yeah, so, I think there's like even quote unquote expansions that I would, think could add to the game as well. That new Stonemaier game Vantage seems super interesting. I don't know that one. Open world cooperative adventure game for 1 to 6 players. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the problem with most of these games is like I can't literally, design a full board game, right? It's got to be something that people can either do in Discord or maybe, I guess, Foundry, I guess. What was that game you showed a few months ago that had the Diamond Dungeon Crawl? I don't remember. Diamond Dungeon Crawl. That I don't remember. Anyways, I don't think it was Myth. Oh, yeah, you're right, King Hodop. Yeah, the site generation. Yes, it was Mythic Bastion Land. King Hodop is right. It is Mythic Bastion Land. Yeah, it was a hexagon, right? It was a sick. It's a sick thing. You get rid of one of them and then you connect it together. But yeah, I think a diegetic based game that is silly but serious, or sincere, I should say, but not serious. A little bit silly in its premise, but very sincere in that premise, and sort of committed to the bit, I think could be a lot of fun. And I think giving players very concrete goals as a community from the very beginning, one of the things that I've always talked about is like, make your own world and build your own goals and have your own mission and do your own thing. And, you decide what victory is. That's cool. It's great. But when you have a mega game like that, what ends up happening a lot of times is, for most people, that means get to 20th level. And so, as cool as it is for people to have like their own objectives and their own goals, and I think those are still totally fine. I also like the idea of taking a page out of like, where's Band of Blades? No, Band of Blades is back there somewhere. And where's Band of Blades? Oh, here it is. Taking a page out of Band of Blades and basically saying, yeah, I'm like, you have this season, you have this long to win. And, at the end of the campaign, like from the beginning of the game, we're going to, where is it here? Action roll campaign. Oh, here we go. Final scoring. You play this entire campaign. For those of you who don't know what Band of Blades is, it's Blades in the Dark, but it's like dark military fantasy. And then at the end of the campaign, you go down here and you score your total depending on how well you did. And then depending on how well your score is, if you score high enough, you win. If you score low, you lose. And I think winning and losing can mean different things, but especially if we're doing a multi-season game, that could be like, hey, if you guys get to this level, then next season things are better. New problems emerge, but things are better. If you guys did bad, then next season things are worse, Yeah. I am again shocked at this game in a good way. I don't particularly like the anime nor Monster. I don't like the anime. I've never played Monster Hunter. I think the idea is kind of silly and ridiculous, but it just works because it's coherent. It's sincere. It doesn't try to ignore the fact that this game is kind of silly and ridiculous. Now, I'm not trying to use this as a bad example, but like when we were reading Draw Steel and you've got all this heroic resource and all this other stuff, and then randomly it's like, here are the rules for building fences and building roads, And it felt like, okay, I mean, these are definitely rules and they're in the game, but why are these rules in the game? Everything in Wilderfeast seems to work around that, in that super important core premise of, yep, it's about food, it's about eating, it's about the importance of food and eating. Right. We didn't even talk about, Charter and the Giants and there's all sorts of longer term clocks that could take multiple seasons, Cinnabos, to sort of, to unfold, I've never played it. I've never gotten anybody to buy into the premise. It takes a lot. Number one, it's a limited scope RPG that has a defined ending, that has a victory point condition. It's troop-based play. There's a lot of and it's Forged in the Dark. So there's a lot of strikes against it for what people want to do. I think I'm not quite sure. I know what you're asking, Shazbot, but I will say I do think it's important that the game, if you do have a class-based game, for example, that you give different options for people who want more or less complexity. Now, historically, more complex classes were also typically better. The benefit for having your really complicated class is your class was stronger and could be more effective. The downside was that you could fuck it up and suck. Unfortunately, some of the modern design has been like, hey, we're going to have complex classes and simple classes, and they all do, the same thing. That is sometimes like, okay, what are we even doing here? All of those things make me want to play, Band of Blades even more. Well, a lot of those things, Unfortunate Pumpkin, I want to take as a, as a takeaway for Wilderfeast. Because I like the idea of a defined timeline of victory conditions that you can win, that you can lose. Maybe not the troop-based play, but although I liked when people had multiple characters. I understand why,
lockout is problematic and why people don't necessarily like it. But I thought it was fine. What else? Is there anything else? I think I've said everything that I really want to work with. I really just want to figure out how to make harmony work with the different regions and different areas. Oh, that was another thing. Is there a problem with not having a simple action for a class fantasy while there is a complex one? Yeah, because I think it's important. Some people don't want to play a complex game, So, yeah. I think you should have a simple option, for sure. Not everything needs to be super complex and difficult. The problem is when you ask somebody to have to jump through a bunch of hoops because their class is way more complex, and the reward is they are just as strong as the class, that just is always good. This is like the fighter problem in PF2. But yeah, I also love the idea of a stable of characters and alts and stuff like that as well. So I think that's cool. There's something. Oh, one thing that I talked about, which I think is a good solution, is we call it the butcher's cut. So GMs, we always look for ways to reward GMs. Unfortunately, it is the case that our games can't function without GMs. But of course, sadly, I mean, look, I'm not. It's not even sadly. In a mega game like this, if a GM is running a game, they're not playing a game, and that means that their character isn't advancing. So they are giving up something to run the game, and I think it's important to show them appreciation and thanks. I don't want people to GM just for the reward, but I do think it is sort of important. So one of the ideas that we had, which again could lead to some problematic incentives, but quite frankly, I'm not too worried about it, is what we're calling the butcher's cut. And basically, if a GM runs a game and the players end up having a Wilderfeast, the GM's PC gets a free cut of the monster. Not like a gift cut where one of the PCs has to give up their cut to the GM. It's like if there were 4 PCs, there's going to be 5 portions. 4 for the PCs that were on the Wilderfeast and 1 for the GM's PC. And we're calling it the butcher's cut. And that way the GM can, run monsters and do stuff. And, again, it could create some bad incentives. But at the end of the day, I have to trust my GMs. And, we've tried a million ways to try to control and, it never works. And the GMs who would abuse it anyways, just find a way to abuse it. And the GMs who wouldn't abuse it are just annoyed by the problem. So generally speaking, I've kind of tried to stop doing that as much as I can. So, and I think that'll be, and also it's still really fairly diegetic in the game. The game exists in this world that, someone can give a portion of their meal to another character and all that other stuff exists in the game. So, we're just kind of expanding it a little bit into this idea of, it's the butcher's cut, like the butcher's do. And that, the GM's PC, gets a piece of the action if the GM was running it. So yeah, there's a couple other things. Now, the big challenge, honestly, for me, not figuring out the deeds and stuff like that. The biggest challenge for me is how to structure this game and track it that people aren't going to be annoyed, I would love to create thank you. I really appreciate you there. Yeah, I mean, this is, again, this is where my mind is, right? I should be thinking about Brickbound, and I should be thinking about Pirates of Shadowtide, things that I'm not even kidding. I legitimately think, could make me, $100,000 or more on Kickstarter. But instead, I'm just obsessed with this play pattern idea of this game, and yeah, I don't, I mean, it is what it is. I don't know how else to say it, but this is where my heart is. I wanted to show you something. Okay, yeah, here it is. So this is this is of course a mock-up, this AI. But, I told AI like what ideas I wanted to have, and I was like, okay, if I made a web-based front end for interacting with this game, what would that look like, And, so like, I was like, okay, like, some of these things obviously don't really matter, but like, I would love, obviously it wouldn't look, this good, but I would love to be able to have a very easy to use, automated, way that players could interact with the mega game and, share information with each other and not have to do it through fucking, horrible, boring ass Google Sheets and, ask players to, do everything for Google Sheets and all this other stuff. So unfortunately, it's that's the problem that I have where I'm like, I'm like, I would love to be able to make this, for like 20 people, like the 25 people that would play it, and unfortunately it's just one of those things. Like if I paid a developer to build this, it would, it'd probably cost me $10,000 or more dollars. I'm not going to pay $10,000 more dollars anymore because I don't have a job. If I did have a job still, would I do this? It's not outside of the realm of possibility. Again, I don't do things because they make sense. I do things because I'm passionate about them and because I want to see them become real, and I would love to be able to give players a cool experience of being able to log into a web page, do your downtime actions, read player reports and world updates, schedule your sessions and all this other stuff. Now, you're right, Simon. I do have time. I could learn to do myself. And worse than that, Simon, I have degrees in computer science. You would think that I would be good at this. But I will freely admit that like web design and like front end development is something that I don't really know how to do much of at all. So I could do it, Simon. But the issue is, as always, Simon, I would be admitting to myself that I'm doing that, ignoring the financial realities of my situation, which is, I'm making, we'll call it $35,000 a year. So, maybe 40. If I get enough tips, maybe it's 40. But I should really be thinking about how do I double that? And Wilderfeast is not going to double my income. Now, I'm not complaining about this, by the way. I mean, that I made a choice. I could go get another job, I'm not like saying like, oh, boo-hoo, there's no job for me. I'm the one who made this choice. So again, I'm not trying to like absorb pity here. I'm simply saying that like, it's tough. Now, yes, 35K is tough. However, a couple things. Number one, my job is talking about role-playing games and hanging out with you folks. So it's pretty sweet. I don't have a boss. Yes, I spend a lot of time on my Patreon Discord. I spend probably 40 to 50 hours a week there. But you know what? I'd probably be doing that anyways because I really like talking about role-playing games. That is my passion. I stream. Yes, I do stream sometimes 10, 15 hours a week sometimes. And a lot of people go, oh my God, that seems so tough. I can't believe it. You have to talk. You have to be on, answering people. That's my nightmare. Well, for me, it's kind of my jam, so it's not too bad. But the main thing is I'm single. I don't have any kids. I've never been married. I don't have any alimony. I have like no debt. My mortgage is super low, locked in from, 20 plus years ago. So I luckily have very low, requirements. So I can make 35K barely work. Right. Now it's not great. I should increase it, but, Simon. Yeah, yes and no. I say yes and no because I do occasionally run games for my patrons. We have a ticket system. Some of our higher tiered patrons do get tickets. And I view it as more of a gift than paying for it. But I really try to avoid some of that. I don't know. I really, as much as possible, I try to avoid parasocialism, and I really try to avoid as much as possible like exploiting people's attitude, towards me. A lot of people have offered me over the years, free services. I'll do this for you for free. Let me send you this. I have this. And I've said no every single time because the last thing I want to do is be one of those creators who, takes advantage of their fans and gets them to pay them a bunch of money or provide a bunch of free services and all this other stuff. And I that's just a personal philosophy. I'm not even necessarily saying that anyone who does that is bad. I'm just simply saying that that's always been my, where I've been mostly. But yes, I have very low overhead is a good way to put it. Yeah, I mean, it's not, I understand that financially it's very risky and it's not really sustainable, but I'm at peace with it. I was so stressed out when I had my game or my job. I mean, it almost feels like it's worth it. I have less stress not having a job than I had. Like I was making really good money. I was a data scientist working for a private equity firm, but I was always so stressed about like the nature of my job. And I had like 7 bosses in like 5 years and, just not clear about the company's direction. And yeah, I had a paycheck, but what about next week? It's one of those weird situations. There's this really emo book of poetry. Let me see if I can find up the name of it. Let's see if I can Google it. I don't remember exactly. Damn it, where is this? What is it called? I can't remember the name of the fucking book. Okay. Yes. Okay. This is a very long. Okay, it's a very emotional. And if you can't say yes, I think it's about. These are just quotes, and I'm trying to find the whole frickin' poem, but I can't find it. So, and if you can't say yes, answer anyway, because I'd rather live with the answer than die with the question. So that's the quote. So it's yeah. And the basic idea is like I would rather be fired or laid off and know what my situation is, which is I don't have a job anymore. That's my reality. I would rather be in that situation than be in a situation where I'm employed, but I don't know what's happening tomorrow. I don't know what's happening next week. I don't know what's happening next month. I don't know who my company is going to sell to. I don't know who my next boss is going to be. I don't know what deals my company is brokering. I don't know what, horrible company we're going to be, helping destroy late stage capitalism with. Like, so it's fucked up, but like there's a weird form of me having like, when I got laid off, now obviously I had this advantage of having this income source from the YouTube channel, which again, 35,000, not a lot, but it's a lot, right? It isn't, and it is. But like there was a weird kind of calm that came over me because I was so worried about in fact, I knew like for the last year or 18 months before I lost my job, everyone was like, how long is this going to last before they blow up? And with the AI things happening and with my company making a lot of weird moves. And so, yeah, anyways. Right. There's comfort in knowing what my situation is in rather than living in uncertainty. Yes. And I hate uncertainty. I'm a data scientist. I'm a statistician. I hate uncertainty, Right. It's not ideal, but at least I know where I'm at, Well, the difference is, what's weird about my situation is that it is like a gig, uncertain. It is like a gig economy. Except the difference is because I have Patreon, I have hundreds of clients who are all giving me a small micro amount of money, right? So it's like I don't have any like singular points of failure. So it does feel a little bit like I was a photographer before COVID, and that was all about like, okay, how do I find 2 to 4 clients a week, right, to keep this working, it's high end, So like I would shoot doctors' offices and lawyers' offices and stuff. So if I could get 2 to 4 clients a week, that was pretty good. But then it was like each client was really big, right? It's like a football game, right, or a football season, where American football, where like every game is important because there's only one a week and the season's pretty short. My version of YouTube feels more like a baseball season, right? Where there's like 162 games, So if a bunch of patrons leave, that's kind of normal. So I'm not like sweating it as much as well. So I hate uncertainty, but I love RPGs. Well, I play RPGs because that's not real life, So when I say uncertainty, I mean like in my life, like in my, in the safety and sanctity of the country that I live in my relationships, in my employment. It's like one of the number one things I hate about being in a relationship is I'm like, does my partner actually want to be in this relationship with me? And it's like, well, and you're like, oh, of course they do. They said they did. I'm like, yeah, but do they? Like, anyways. So same with my job, same with anything. So in real life, I hate uncertainty. In like for fun, yeah, like it's, fake. Yeah, fake. Exactly. That's more fun. Gambling, going to Vegas, fun. Real life, no, I don't handle it very well. I want to know. I'd rather know, even if the answer is terrible, even if the situation's bad or worse, I'd rather know than not know. When partners of mine in the past wanted to torment me, they would, we might get into a little bit. Maybe it wasn't even a scuffle, but like I would text them and they'd say something and I'd be like, "What's wrong?" And they would say, "We'll talk later." That's the worst thing that you could, or like you could, someone being like, "Hey, Derek," and I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Oh, I'll tell you later." That's the worst thing that you could do to me. Oh, it used to drive me. You just ruined my whole day. You might as well have just said until we have that conversation, your life is just horrible. There's nothing that you can do. You will be unable to function from now on. And the worst part is, like, most of my partners knew that, and at that point they were just being petty and horrible, which is why they're not my partner anymore. So yeah. Do I like mystery games? No, I do not. I don't like mysteries in general. Yeah, I've dated some terrible people. Cineboss, what can I say? I am impatient too. That's true, Dr. Aiden. The panic disorder was laying there the whole time. That's true. Dr. Aiden, you are spot on about that. To be fair, like there are sometimes like my mom will do that, but she does it accidentally, and I've tried to tell her a million times, do not do that. And it's even more now that my dad has died and my mom's living alone or whatever. Like sometimes my mom will just text me and it'll just say, "Call me." That's it. It'll just be a text and it'll just say, "Call me." And I'll be like, okay, get my phone, call my mom. She's like, "Hi." And I'm like, "Hi, what's going on?" And she's like, "The printer's doing that thing again." And I'll be like, "Mom, I'm so irritated with you right now. And I'm like, oh my God, Mom, don't just text me, all uppercase, call me. Like, don't do that ever. Just, you're 66 years old or whatever, please do not do that. As an aside, why do printers still suck? I bought a Brother, I think it's the brand, Brother. I bought a Brother LaserJet printer. I don't know, 15 years ago. That motherfucker's still going strong. I think I've replaced the powder drum cartridge maybe 3 or 4 times in the 15 years I've had it. Like a fucking tank. That thing's amazing. Maybe it was like the last good printer that they made, but in my experience, if you get a nice, cheap, reliable, black and white laser printer, don't ever mess with anything that uses inkjets or desk jets. Like, it's horrible. Anyways. All right. Well, hopefully, maybe someday we could have something cool and nice like this cool ChatGPT rendition of what our cool landing page could look like for our fun Wilderfeast mega game. And I would love to be able to introduce, again, some form of GM-less co-op or solo gameplay that would allow players to kind of, engage with the game in a cool way without having to, go through the hurdles of being a part of a group and setting up a schedule, especially for people who have, rough times, rough schedules, or even just rough times, especially if we can make them part of it. Now, I tried to do that with Dragon Tide, and people enjoyed it, but the number one complaint was it's just too much to track when we're just using Discord channels and Google Sheets, Pumpkin says, you really want to go all out for this game for 30 people? Lol. I mean, buddy, by my estimation, so remember now, we are 5 years into this journey. And as I said, I probably make about $35,000 a year from my entire operation. But that's now. Now we have hundreds of patrons. I've got 15,000 subs. For the first X years of this, we did not have that. If I had to guess, I think I have spent over $100,000 on this YouTube channel. Between the studio rent, the studio build out, the cameras, the lights, the paychecks to players, the audio equipment, the insurance, the utilities for the studio, all the subscriptions, Zoom, Adobe, Envato, Patreon fees, just all these things. And even now, my guess is I am, after doing this for 5 years, okay, producing somewhere in the neighborhood of, over 500 videos and live streams. So, I don't know, 20,000, 30,000 hours of content. My guess is if you zoomed out and looked at the last 5 years, I am somewhere between $30,000 to $40,000 to $50,000 in the hole. So I have paid if I didn't do this, like if I never done this, I would have $50,000 more in my account right now. So give or take, roughly. Because again, I mean, when I was first doing this, I had a studio, I had all this, I was paying my players, and we had 1% of, I wasn't even monetized. And then when I became monetized, I was making, there was a time when the Patreon had 15 people in it, so I was making like, $20, $55 a month from the Patreon. And, yes, now it is with tips and everything like that, several $1,000s a month. Very cool. But yeah, so, and again, money has gone up and I don't have the studio anymore and I don't have that stuff anymore, which is, unfortunate, but yeah, I mean, if I did looked at the accounting, when I think about the deductions that I took and stuff like that, like, I mean, I lost, yeah. So I mean, maybe after 2026, if I'm lucky and I really put a lot of work into the channel, and maybe I do some sort of really cool big thing, like some cool Kickstarter, right? Make $100,000 on Kickstarter. Kickstarter takes, and advertising takes 10K. So you're left with 90. You spend, you know, maybe 40 or 50K to ship and print the Kickstarter with art and stuff like that. You know, maybe I make like 20 extra $1,000. So 35 becomes 55,000. If I do that, I will have probably, after 6 years of YouTube, broke even on how much money I put into this channel. So, yeah, I mean, it's really been a passion play for me more than anything, because I overdid it. I don't know, you know, it's the only way I know how to do things, you know, is to do them the way that I want to do them. Was the studio worth it? Absolutely not. Not even close. It wasn't even remotely close. I mean, the rent and the utility on the studio and the insurance alone was $2,000 a month. That's double my mortgage. So, you know, I was paying $24,000 a year just to have the studio. I signed a 3-year lease. And then all the time, like, you know, I loved it, King Hodop. I loved it. I loved it so much. Not to mention, that's just the studio rent, right? I spent tens of thousands of dollars on microphones and lights and cameras and all this other stuff. And, you know, then there are people out there who are 20 times bigger than me, and they do all of their channel, you know, they're a dungeon tuber, you know, and they do all their recording on iPhone, you know, in the woods, you know, or you know, whatever, at their bedroom or whatever. And I don't begrudge them for that. This isn't about a comparative thing. I didn't do those things to be successful. I did those things because that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to have that level of a show. I wanted to have, you know, that level of a, you know, thing. Was it a Bob the World Builder reference? It was a Bob the World Builder. And I like Bob. I scared Bob. I think Bob had dinner with me in Philly during PAX, and I think, you know, other people at the table knew, you know, what you know, they knew what they were getting into. Steven Glicker, Dan, Professor Dungeon Master. But Bob had never really had, you know, a real long conversation with me before, and I don't think he was ready for what for what I had to say about this, you know, about the hobby, about this industry and stuff like this, you know. Well, you know, Kermit, like, you know, Ron Swanson says, you know, don't half-ass two things, whole ass one thing. So, yeah, I mean, I just the way I do things, I guess. I mean, yeah, opinions of steel. So anyways, long story short, if I had never done this entire YouTube channel, I would have probably maybe $100,000 more money in my bank account right now. So, but I wouldn't have had as much fun. So, and I would have met all of you wonderful people. And, you know, I'm very proud of the community I built. And even if the YouTube channel were to go belly up, you know, I would keep the Knights of Last Call around, you know, maybe just keep it, you know, reduce everybody down to a minimal tier just so we can keep, you know, the lights on, and that would be it, you know, you know, just not trying to make it into a job or a business. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I created this channel because I wanted to share my journey of role-playing games with other people, and I think these are a really fun, engaging, awesome hobby. It's my favorite, you know, and I've played a lot of games. I mean, I don't play video games anymore, but I used to. But I've played card games and board games and video games and dice games and, you know, traditional card games. I mean, I love me some euchre. People know that. I love euchre. I love gin rummy. But role-playing games are my favorite. So, and I play war games. I'm just a game guy. But role-playing games have always had my heart. So, And it's ironic because they've never been bigger and there's never been more of an opportunity for them to be successful. And even though I've loved them my entire life, the one time that they really blow up is like the time when I'm like, on like the version of D&D, you know? Now Dr. D Hart says, I'm pondering new tools for Wilderfeast. So we did shop, if you will, we had a couple of ideas. We thought of, let's see, we had ladle. That was one. I think we had like a grater. May have been another one. I see somebody on Reddit had a broom, but I don't know that I love that as like a kitchen, instrument. What was another one that we had? Maybe tongs was one. Rolling pin, that's a good one. That's actually a really good one. Spatula could be one. I mean, the key is, you'd want to have 6, right? I thought about a tenderizing mallet as well. Like it's kind of in a blunt force trauma weapon. There's a lot of different stuff. You need an ice mage, ice cube tray. Yeah, I think that's really cool. By the way, I saw something earlier. I just wanted to shout out for that as well before I start getting all emotional. Valentine Dream. Seeing you on YouTube, never caught you on Twitch till now. Looking forward to the future. Well, welcome, Valentine Dreams. I saw that you subbed. I appreciate you joining us there. A basting brush. They already do have a frying pan. That's one of the 6 that they have. Well, because ideally, right, you've got here it is. You've got these combination of ability scores, right? And so like, okay, the cleaver is mighty and precise. What would be another example of both a mighty and a precise instrument, but it's not just a cleaver, right? Like you want to provide some sort of like a different version of that truth. Same thing with like mighty and swift, right? That kind of things. Like clearly let's say a rolling pin, I think would be mighty. So the question is a rolling pin mighty and tricky, mighty and swift, or mighty and precise, right? So, I mean, we're kind of being very pedantic here, but yeah. Well, that's why the ladle. I like the idea of the ladle, like ladling out buffs and debuffs or something like that. I don't know. But you could have a lot of fun, right? Creating different, different weapons and different stuff like that. So, alrighty, folks. I am going to dip out. Appreciate everybody hanging out with me. Hopefully my coughing and sneezing wasn't too annoying, but my dogs are literally like laying on the ground going like, oh, please feed us. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. You're a good boy. And, yeah. But that again, that's the least of our concerns, right? We need to figure out all of the other components and intricacies as well. But I think it'll be fun, and we'll see where we end up. Oh yes, I'm starved now because we were just sitting here talking about ingredients and fish tacos and all this other stuff. So, all right, everybody, I will talk to you soon. Again, if you're a member of the Patreon, thank you so much. Appreciate it for all the reasons that I just talked about, right? It may not, you might be like, geez, Derek's making $35,000 a year. Yes. And that's why I am totally free to explore my heart's desire, because that is an enough amount of money with the savings that I have and my low, cost of living that I am able to entertain these ideas. And I have you all to thank for that. And while I would hope that I can do something in the future that can bring in more money, which would be great. I only want to do it if I've earned it and you feel like I've put out a product or a channel that you want to support with your hard-earned money, doing a real job, not talking about RPGs and hanging out with friends for a couple hours. So again, I appreciate you all from the bottom of my heart. I mentioned before, when I got laid off last year, almost a year ago, well, not almost a year ago, but about 8 months ago when I got laid off, in many ways, it was a relief. And a big part of that, huge part of that, is because of you guys and your support of this channel and what that enables me to do with my life and my well-being. So I really, really, really appreciate it. Simon says I would back Dark Tide for sure. Yeah, a lot of people were like, holy shit, I would definitely. A lot of people said that about that and the Lego game. So I think that's fine. So I know, and that's what scares me, Pumpkin. It's like, I don't want people just to back something because it's me. I want them to back it because they think it's cool. So I want to do a good job. That's all I'm saying. All right, everybody. I will catch you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace. Love you all.